Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and I am running for president in 2016. Welcome to our Freedom Friday show. I am not a federal agent. I've never worked for the government. I'm not a corporate guy. I've never worked for corporations. I'm an average American who believes that the American people need a voice in Washington. And I believe that the key is to get the right guy to the presidency in 2016. It's crunch time, everybody. If we don't deal with this right now, we're not going to have a future. We're not going to have a clean environment. We're not going to have freedom and individuality. We'll be absorbed by the Marxist Clintonites or the fascistic Trumpites. Either way, they're going to goose-step their way to taking over our freedom and our democracy. So this is a very somber moment for America when we look at our freedoms being taken away slowly. I'm here to save the nation, not the world. I care mostly about Americans. I don't have any sympathy for refugees coming into our country like Donald Trump does. Did you hear him balk on the refugee issue in the second or last debate, right before the last debate? Donald Trump doesn't want to debate anymore, by the way. He's done the debating. He actually is going to meet with AIPAC, the American Israeli Political Action Committee, and he's going to cancel debate. And Kasich is okay with that. So it's interesting to know that this guy who claims he's a uniter is actually a divider, who's siding with AIPAC, the Zionist Political Action Committee that's been dominating American politics, who also supports Hillary and Barack. And we're wondering why our government's been sold off to the foreign entity of the World Bank, and why the Federal Reserve is occupying so much of our national budget, why they control our budget. Well, because we don't have power anymore. Our country has lost its way. We have actually let the United States Corporation manage affairs since 1933. Not the United States of America, mind you. It's a different legal entity. The United States of America has a different entire backing. We actually have a constitution. This is what we have. This has been nullified. This is essentially null and void because the United States Corporation has been running this operation since 1933. Originally, in 1871, the Act of 1871 created the United States Corporation, which then took residence in the Commonwealth we know as Washington, D.C. But ironically, the different legal entity, the United States of America, is the one that won the gold, and we have the right to the gold that we would have inherited from the Germans and the Japanese during World War II. But instead, the Federal Reserve has been borrowing against that gold and keeping it at the World Bank. So if you hear Democrats, Republicans talk about the massive amount of debt we have, it's not a big deal. What's more important is how we're going to stop the waste and the leaks in the ship that we're floating on right now. Stopping the leaks is more important than worrying about the debt. Enlarging the debt is a big problem. But we should be able to pay off that debt with the gold we have in the trust for us at the World Bank. We just have to get rid of the Fed. We have to stop the wars we're involved in, which are costing our nation dearly. And we have to refocus our attentions on green, clean technologies. Now, I have an idea. It's a windmill idea right here that could very well be jobs for Americans installing these things. They could provide energy with wind speeds as low as 5 miles per hour. And we could easily create a sense of economic growth. We could even export these around the world. All we need to do is design a carbon fiber, bendable, flexible windmill, a vertical windmill like this Savonius windmill. That's all we have to do. And we can create backup energy for all of us. Become less reliant on oil per se or coal per se, but still maintain a flow of oil and coal to our electric grid. I'm not talking about killing industry. I'm talking about engaging in a growth scenario for all people, including industry. But allowing monopolies to form? Nuh-uh. We don't want that. Bernie Sanders, however, doesn't understand that you just can't topple a monopoly with socialism. You end up replacing it with government. We don't need that either. What we need to do is make sure that the really greedy people on Wall Street don't keep getting greedier and keep sucking more money out of our budget. That's the first priority. So I'm going to fire everybody in the SEC in 2017, if and when I become president. We'll replace them with watchdog people who are actually doing the job of finding out where all the money is going. Obviously, there's Wall Street excesses and abuses going on. The guys, the CEOs that were supposed to get $500,000 that received TARP money ended up getting $6 million apiece. They committed a felony. They need to be prosecuted. So there's a lot of work to be done to make up for the lame duck president we know as Barack Obama. We got great ideas. Yeah, we've got people that are talking about our blimp plane because it's a wild concept to put a blimp on top of the existing 747s. And this, again, is my idea. I presented this to Boeing at a conference in 2009, and they laughed about it. But they went right back to the drawing board and started talking about it as soon as I talked to them. It's amazing how people get activated when I approach them. And sure enough, Boeing now has a hybrid version of a blimp plane. It's kind of amazing. But here is the blimp plane for all of you to look at, the original idea. Wall Street can be good if they're not, too big to fail companies that got bailed out. AIG got $160 billion from Hank Paulson. And they basically claim that they paid it back. I don't believe that they paid it back with sales of stocks to average people. I think the government bought their stocks on top of giving them $160 billion. I think we've got a facade of an economy rolling along here. I personally believe that AIG took money from the government again in the form of stock purchases. I mean, there's a lot of things that an SEC would investigate if led by good, solid, honest people. What will never work? Seriously? These ideas will never work? Okay. Well, what if I told you there's no friction with the blimp plane? Absolutely no friction. It's frictionless. There is displacement of air, it pushes away, but there's no friction because it'll be covered with a hydrophobic foiling material which completely repels any friction. Well, the air and the lift necessary to get up in the air, that's 85% of the fuel just getting a jet up in the air. So once we get that jet up in the air and then kick on those jets, we take off slowly, about 50, 60, 100 miles an hour. We're clipping up 200 miles an hour, 300 miles an hour. You're going and getting a drink, and you just met this lovely lady who says, oh, yes, my berth is right next to yours. Oh, really? Well, wouldn't it be great to hang out together? You could have a mile-high club romance on one of these things. You might meet your future lover. Hillary Clinton's current job is to continue spending money on her campaign. She's basically self-employed now. No, there's no evidence that J-Lo is not a legal citizen here. So I'm not going to deport anybody. We will, however, not be able to hire illegal aliens. So when we prosecute people, even Americans who are hiring illegal aliens, they'll go to jail. And the illegal aliens will no longer work in this country. That's how it's going to work. Jennifer Lopez is almost 50. My thoughts? Are you trying to hook me up on a date or something? Hello. Hi. Yes, hi. Who's this? Oh, yeah. No, she's not in right now. She's. But I'll tell her to call you since she gets in. Okay. Take care. Bye-bye. That was a call for Sarah. I've tested this. Yeah. I'm finding lots of positive results from it. I even constructed a temporary wind tunnel with a large fan to see if it would hold the pressure of the air. And as long as it's got hydrophobic material on it, it will work. But again, if there's a lot of... If I had sandpaper on the outside of this unit, instead of Kevlar, lined with foiling, hydrophobic foiling, it would be a significant difference of friction. And in that way, you're right. But in other ways, you're wrong. We just need lift. And getting lift saves 85% on the fuel cost of flying across country. I mean, it's a huge savings. You go to LA to New York for $100 in this unit. And the nice thing is we would save that infrastructure of 747s. It's going to be too old. They won't be flying pretty soon because they've got fractured metal infrastructure. Hairline fractures are happening throughout our jets. You didn't know that? There is video footage of the Boeing unit, yeah. Let me see if I can get you that. Well, let's be clear. Let me write a note. I have my handy dandy pen here that lights up. You ever seen this? I got it for $1, but it sells for 10 on eBay. Isn't that great? Yeah. Anyway. Ideas that are beneficial need to be talked about. And when I had a chance to talk to Boeing about the blimp plane, they laughed at me. They did. Just like you people are laughing at me right now. It became more and more obvious to them that they had to pursue it. And sure enough, they have their own hybrid blimp plane now. I never got credit for it. It doesn't matter. I'm not into this for profit. I just want to see progress. I don't care about profit. I'm not materialistic. I'm unlike Hillary and Donald that way. Now here, a video of Chelsea Clinton saying, "My mom wants to give Obamacare to illegals." That's right. Here she is.
It's an honor. So I'm a proud gay Latino immigrant, now a U.S. citizen. I support your mom. As you know, in Utah, they believe that it's a very conservative white state, but right now our Latino population is about 20%. Many of them are undocumented. They are not fully residents or citizens. I also work for a major health insurance company, and I work with the Latino community. Many of them are really interested in purchasing health plans on and off the exchange. Many of them actually can afford a health plan, but the Utah government requires an application for all applicants who want an individual plan. And one of the questions is, are you a citizen or permanent resident? So a lot of people who are willing to purchase health insurance without any type of subsidy cannot apply because one of the questions is if they hold a green card. I know that your mom is a proud supporter of equality and immigration reform. And one of the challenges we have in our country is healthcare, which is a skyrocket price increasing every day.
Get to the point.
Is she planning on expanding Obamacare, as people know, ACA, to include people that are not fully documented? Because when you get ill,
yes,
your illness will not ask you if you are a permanent resident or not.
Such an important question. Thank you for supporting my mom. My mom has very strong feelings that we must push as quickly as possible for comprehensive immigration reform. And this is a real difference between her and Senator Sanders' record, and that she supported comprehensive immigration reform at every possible chance, and she was one of the original supporters and sponsors of the DREAM Act. In 2003, the first time the DREAM Act was
Get to the point.
One of the people that introduced it. She does not believe, though, that while working towards comprehensive immigration reform, we should make people wait, like the families that you're talking about. Which is why she thinks it's so important to extend the Affordable Care Act to people who are living and working here, regardless of immigration status, regardless of citizenship.
Okay, so that means that our tax dollars have to go toward, on this plan, have to go toward, you like her hair? Oh, Holly, you need some hair relief right away. Somebody help Holly out, please. Yeah, she wants to give relief immediately to anyone who's receiving, who's an illegal alien, would automatically get an insurance plan. And the Supreme Court ruling recently that everybody has to have health insurance that's covered by the state. That means the government has to buy a health insurance plan for illegal aliens. I don't have that plan. I actually have a bypass to the healthcare crisis with a mobile medical VA system that I will implement in 2017. We have 200 units that will be spidering out to cities across the country initially, and we'll be seeing more later, but the initial costs for these units are $5 million apiece, a total of $1 billion in production costs to create these mobile medical units, and they will provide the health care for anyone, illegal or non-illegal. Better than a real hospital because it'll be rotating near your home, whereas you may have to go 20 miles away to get to a hospital. Chelsea blew $5 million on her wedding to the Zionist. Oh, the son of the Goldman Sachs guy. He's Jewish, right? Well, you know, I have nothing against Jewish people. I really don't. But if he's part of a Zionist cult of Goldman Sachs employees, yeah, I have a problem with that. Well, Trump Tiffany Trump? I didn't know there was a Tiffany Trump. Help me out here. I'm not attacking Hillary. I just said she could do something better with, Chelsea could do something better with her hair. I'm merely saying to give Obamacare to illegal aliens is a mistake. We can't afford Obamacare as it is, let alone expanding it to illegal aliens. I'm about ready to play the cowbell. Many of you want a cowbell at this point. See, I know how you feel, right? Many of you feel like you're out in the pasture, waiting for the cowbell. It's dinner time! No more cowbell? Okay, Holly, well, I was kidding about her hair. I just think women should learn to find their curl. You know, some women think they have straight hair, and if you use a product called Afro Sheen, you can get a lot more curl out of your hair. A little tip there, Holly. Afro Sheen is a styling gel for ethnic hair, but it works with anybody's hair. Yeah. I don't really have a comment about crosswinds right now. I haven't been briefed. I'll have to get to my advisor at the Google network, being the Google News. Here is a gargantuan hit. This is in no way promoting violence, but it does show the power of the strength of the majority of people in America. They're not going to take a dictator telling them that they have to ID Muslims. That's not going to happen in our country. I don't really talk about, pubic styling or anything like that on the show. I'm wondering why a lot of you people are thinking about sex when you look at me. Is it that I exude sexuality? Because I'm not trying to seem sexy. If you think you're attracted to me, then go watch some free porn or whatever you do when you do what you do, the voodoo that you do, as long as you're not doo-dooing while you're voodooing. Pubic styling, yeah, it's a new fashion. Yeah, I don't talk about it on a show. You know, heart-shaped, diamond-shaped, weird stuff that we don't talk about. This is not an adult show per se, although they do restrict people to 18 or over in the Vaughn chat room. I'm not gay, no. Just because I'm incredibly sexy doesn't mean I'm into sex, per se. Maybe that's why I seem so sexy, because I'm holding it back all the time. It's, why do you like women dressed? You know, there's much more allure to look at a woman dressed than a woman totally naked. Unless, of course, that's what you're into. I actually know a person that doesn't look at naked pictures. I thought that was really weird about this person. I'm not going to name names, but I asked him one time if he wanted to have some of my penthouses, and he says, no, I don't look at naked pictures. It's like, seriously? Really? Okay. Penthouse. Wasn't that the magazine that Melania Trump, the woman who wants to be first lady, wasn't that the one she posed in? Does anybody know? There's a lot of pictures of her naked out there. You'd much rather see a good sundress than a naked picture. There you go. See, some people would rather restrain themselves. I just found it kind of weird that he would restrain everything about his sexuality. He's one of these people that downloads upskirt pictures on the internet. That's got to be a psychological thing going on. Megyn Kelly, really? I didn't think Megyn Kelly did anything like that. Now you're getting my interest. I thought that was really rude what Donald Trump said about Megyn Kelly, bleeding from the eyes or wherever. That's a really rude thing to say to a woman. Okay, we got a key suspect of the Paris attacks captured in Brussels raid, 4 others arrested. One common theme, though, and this is true with almost all the people that have been witnesses in the Paris bombing attack, everyone that knew these people said highly unlikely were they in any way terrorists. There's a common link here. The hunt for Europe's most wanted man came to a sudden end in a hardscrabble Brussels neighborhood Friday when a Belgian counterterrorism police raided an apartment building and came away with a suspect who could be the key. Now, it's interesting, very few people have come forth to talk about this. So we're gonna take an interview with 2 prominent individuals who own the world. and ask them what's going on. Hey guys, we've got Rothschild and the Rockefellers here to talk about the Paris shooting. Yeah, I'd like to ask you a couple questions if you don't mind. Why did you fake the Paris attack? I mean, what was the purpose behind that? Was it to create gun control in Paris and force the issue of more illegal immigration and Muslims taking over the whole Eastern Europe to create unrest? I mean, what was your plan behind that, guys? They're apparently not talking. Apparently, these are the people that make the decisions in the country, and if they want Donald Trump to win, they'll make that happen. If they want Hillary to win, they'll make that happen. Your vote basically doesn't count if you vote two parties. But if you write my name in, you'll be one of many people who are stepping away from the two-party system and saying, hey, no way, we're not going to put up with this. We're actually going to get David Sponheim on the ballot, one way or another, come hell or high water. Okay, so I'm going to put a little thing on the screen for you to look at. It'll be me writing a little text message for you. I'm going to write my name, and this is going to take a little while. Just bear with me. Thank you all for coming in. We're going to take a look at more news. Obviously, Donald Trump is getting free airtime all the time, and I haven't had any airtime at all. Not 1 second of airtime in 8 years. That's America, you know. That's what we call the free press. And I say force a recount because it is essential that we force a recount in this election in order to make sure that this isn't rigged. I mean, the Diebold voting system is rigged. If you guys have been watching Alex Jones, you probably have heard the story about how the Diebold voting system is rigged. Yeah. No airtime for me, no. They don't like me. They don't like honest American running for president. That upsets them. It upsets the mix. I'm more the green-friendly candidate, too. I support legalization of marijuana, getting out of foreign wars. Big difference between me and the Democrats and the Republicans. No, we don't allow people supporting other people like Bob for president. Yeah. The blackface is always here. It's available for you at any time. It's very simple. Just go to this website right here. And you can have blackface on tap. I don't mind using freedom of speech because I believe it's necessary in a country that claims to have freedom of speech to test the waters. What difference at this point would getting out of foreign wars make? Good point, Hillary. Yeah, why? I mean, we've got a roll going. I mean, all these military companies are making tons of money. Why would we want to stop that? The Clinton Initiative must support that. Sir Waffle says, Dave, what do you think about people having to out of their way to register just to vote? Why not just some sort of driver's license or some sort of ID? I agree, Sir Waffles. I love the idea of when you get your driver's license, getting a voter ID as well. But we've got to get a way to make sure that people who are in states where they get driver's license are designated illegal and don't qualify for voting privileges. In California, anybody, illegal aliens, can vote in our election. But let's be clear. This is a serious phone call. I have bad handwriting. Hello. What's the question? Hi. Well, that was just a crank call. I have pretty good handwriting. Let me give you a sample of my handwriting. Yeah, you don't have to. I basically am a stylistic person because I'm very artistic. But my name is David, and that's how I make a D. That's right. The Zionist crown family that owns General Dynamics is one of many families that own a tremendous amount of property and industry. Are you planning on getting rid of them or something? Because that's not legal. They own property. They have every right to operate. Even Zionists can live in a pluralistic economy and a pluralistic society, but should they control politics? No. Should money buy politics? No. The almighty dollar has basically taken front row center in our political dialogue. Many of you say, well, why are you even running, David? Because if I didn't, nobody else would. Let's start with that. But this is what's really happening in a lot of people's lives. So when they walk into the mobile medical unit, I'm only going to ask $30 for a copay for a basic treatment, including a diet plan based on a blood test. So it's going to be very affordable. Whereas if I was a typical healthcare professional, your visit to the mobile medical clinic would cost you roughly $15,000. If you're at a hospital and you get sick and you go to a hospital and they say, oh, we're going to do some diagnostics on you, you better stay the night. Count on getting a $15,000 healthcare bill. That's just a fact, Jack. Okay, we've been talking about the effects of RF frequencies on cars past 2005. Well, the FBI and NHTSA is warning drivers about car hacking. The FBI and National Highway Traffic Safety Administration are jointly warning the modern cars are vulnerable to hacking. It may come as no surprise to those who have followed news reports about the possibility, but it does show the level of attention coming to the issue from the nation's top federal law enforcement agency. The FBI's public service announcement issued Thursday cites recent demonstrations which researchers showed how they could remotely take over various functions in cars. I tend to believe that's what happened to Michael Hastings, the man who was instrumental in revealing that Barack Obama was disengaged from the war in Afghanistan, who talked to General McChrystal and won a Polk Award for that. Michael Hastings actually was one of the best investigative journalists we ever had. And he ended up getting killed, I think, from hacking his car. He had a brand new Mercedes-Benz, and he was out late at night. He couldn't control the car. He told friends that he needed to get rid of this car because it was behaving strangely. But that night, on the heels of him reporting a news story about the head of the FBI, the head of the CIA, whistleblower and investigative journalist Michael Hastings died. Let me show you a picture of his car. His engine flew like 250 feet away from the car. Look at this.
In Hollywood early this morning. Rolling Stone magazine is reporting that journalist Michael Hastings is the one that was killed. His reporting, you may remember, is credited with bringing down the career of General Stanley McChrystal. KTLA 5's Dave Meekin live in Hancock Park tonight. He's got more on this story. Hello, Dave.
Hello. In terms of LA County, 117 at this hour, but in terms of Rolling Stone magazine, is it just heard
in the middle of the night. My house shook. The windows were rattling.
Hastings was a 2010 Polk Award winner for magazine reporting. He was alone in what investigators say was a brand new Mercedes.
I couldn't have written a scene like this for a movie where the engine flies from the car, which was about, 50, 60 yards up, right down here to this tow.
Wow. 50, 60, so it was 200 yards away it flew. And look at how clean that engine was. So if this was an explosion from a car hitting a tree, it would make sense, but the tree wasn't that damaged. The car literally blew up. It was a Mercedes-Benz that blew up, and he believed the car was being hijacked with Wi-Fi. So this story is pertinent, and when you talk about the possibility of your car being hijacked or taken over, there's definitely that potential. Any car after 2005. They started integrating the OBD2 system with the Wi-Fi hackability. Okay, we have a purge event going on. Yeah, it's pretty tragic when you have to purge people in a chat room because they can't come up with an intelligent thought. But that's not unusual. It's not unusual to have no thoughts in your head. Do-do-do-do-do. Many of you are just fluoridated. You've been drinking tap water and soda with fluoride in it. So your brain is kind of like mush. I don't blame you. It's not permanent too. Some of you can correct your ways. Eat antioxidants like blueberries. That'll help. Green tea. Shock report, oil oversupply exaggerated. Millions of barrels go missing. Oil market could tighten substantially. Boy, talk about flipping the switch on the oil market. Well, I'm enjoying the chat, soundbite guy. Yeah, I don't mind having interesting discussions with guests, but when they ask me if I'm in direct contact with the archangels, I'm not. Oh my gosh. Madonna exposes a teenager's breast at a concert. Teenager calls it the best moment of my life. I can't play this for you. I can't show it to you. Unfortunately, there's a strong toss rule at Vaughn that I can't show any underage minor, let alone nudity, of a teenager. So I can't show you that story. I'm sorry. North Korea has launched a ballistic missile. North Korea has proven to have launched an ICBM. UCBMs too? North Korea has launched 2 ballistic missiles off the west coast of the Korean Peninsula, the South Korean military and U.S. defense officials said. I'm not worried about this. I am concerned about how Barack Obama continues to fan the flame of aggression toward North Korea. That's a serious problem. You know, they got war games going on every single year. You've got evidence of vote rigging. Let's take a look. And I can't hook you up with Holly B. No. I don't know Holly B, and I'm not familiar with who she is. You guys could hook up on the chat show. I mean, isn't there an IM feature on this thing where you can talk to each other? That used to be used a lot more in the days when Blog TV were around. Please, Dave. Let's go. What? Vote rigging in our elections is happening, yes.
Mr. Curtis, would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Clinton Eugene Curtis.
And where do you reside?
Tallahassee, Florida.
And what is your profession?
I'm a computer programmer.
Would you please speak into the microphone so the audience can hear your testimony?
I'm a computer programmer.
Mr. Curtis, are there programs that can be used to secretly fix elections?
Yes.
How do you know that to be the case?
Because in October of 2000, I wrote a prototype for Congressman Tom Feeney at the company I worked for in Oviedo, Florida, that did just that.
And when you say did just that, it would rig an election?
It would flip the vote 51-49 to whoever you wanted it to go to and whichever race you wanted to win.
And would that program that you designed be something that elections officials that might be on county boards of elections could detect?
They'd never see it.
Mr. Would you answer that question once again?
They would never see it.
So how would such a program, a secret program that fixes the election, how could it be detected?
You would have to view it either in the source code or you'd have to have a receipt and then count the hard paper against the actual vote total. Other than that, you won't see it.
All right, Mr. Curtis, if you had been asked, you or others with your professional expertise had been asked to design a protected program that would protect the Ohio elections from against such software to fix the election, could you have done so?
If we've been asked to make a program that can fix the election, sure, anybody can do it.
No, could you have designed a program or a procedure or a protocol that would have protected Ohio against this kind of rigging?
No, you have to look at the source code. You have to get probably programmers from both or all parties to look at the source code and determine if there's anything in there that shouldn't be there. I mean, it's a simple program. You're adding 1 to a person's total. It's 100 lines of code tops.
All right. Are you aware of whether there was any protective action in Ohio?
Pretty good court case there, talking about, no, you're not. Are we only backers? Are we your only backers? Yes, you are. Yes, you are the people representing us. Thank you for going out and promoting America's Third Party. You are the only backers. Yeah, we're not getting money from any source, secret society, super PACs, nothing. Uber is seeking to buy self-driving cars. It's not enough that they have self-driving homicidal maniacs driving around taking orders from some unknown random source. We're not sure. You read do you hear the story about that guy who killed those people, the Uber car driver? He claims that there was some sort of a manipulation of his brain going on. I mean, how bizarre is that? But now Uber is seeking to buy self-driving cars, so they won't have to have anybody, receive the money. Okay. There are thousands trying to access the server, yes. The reason why we aren't getting enough people in our Vaughn chat room, and I appreciate the intro, is because Vaughn has decided he wants to back Donald Trump, and we aren't receiving a fair play from Vaughn. And the access to the capacity server issue, which tells people to buy a VIP account, happens more on our system than it does on other people broadcasting. That's why I say we're being censored. Many people are terrified of my shows. Trump and his people are probably one of them. I am the most interactive, telegenic, and transparent presidential candidate in history, bar none. I've done more interactive chats than any human being on earth, let alone presidential candidate. And it's always on time, on the dot, to show you I'm that committed to the nation and to helping this country. Wow, Social Security Administration beneficiaries top 60 million people right now. You remember how the ages have tipped? More people are collecting than ever before. Well, this is exactly what was going to happen to the Social Security Trust Fund eventually. Yeah, it is true, isn't it? And you're laughing? Okay, at least you're laughing. I'm not in any way going to take harassment. Sexual harassment is definitely off the list. You can't do that here. Notice how I flip back and forth to the chat? That shows you that I'm constantly reading the chat. Anybody making fun of me is only supporting me, ironically. So thank him for his support. Yeah, I'm running a negative and a positive campaign. I am actually working through what is called guerrilla marketing, and I've engaged a process. I'm a marketing genius, so when people talk about negative stuff about me, it helps me, ironically. So feel free to run all kinds of hate campaigns against me. I don't care. I'm working within the framework of a very hostile, censored environment. No, in no way am I psychotic. I have no mental problems whatsoever. I don't have delusions. And you keep coming in here. Are you psychotic? Are you suffering from a delusion that somehow you're going to stop me by calling me psychotic? That's pretty funny. General Mills is going to label GMO food amid a stalemate in Congress. The Dark Act stopped, so General Mills is going forward and going to call everything GMO that they create. But they have Cheerios. Cheerios may be GMO free though, because there's no oatmeal that actually is made with GMOs. That's a fact, Jack. How can I help you? Hey, I don't need hair transplants. I have great hair. I think my hair is awesome. I'm very happy with my hair. So the Social Security Trust Fund is going to reach an absolute critical level at 2027. That's what the projected totals will actually way undervalue. The number of dollars going in through payroll taxes will not in any way keep up with the expansion of the Social Security Trust Fund. The number of people receiving benefits from the Social Security Administration topped 60 million for the first time at the beginning of 2016. It's huge. I know a lot of people who are tapping into it. They work 30 years of their life. They got the points necessary and they need to collect. I think it's really great that they have the Social Security Trust Fund as a barrier to poverty. For a lot of people, they didn't save their money like I did, and they didn't have any, security in their future. So we got to keep that up. Well, according to Cyrus Vance, it'll be around until 2031. Cyrus Vance is on record saying that. One of our former leaders in the economy. Did I say 2030? Sorry, 2031. I wrote 2013. Thank you. 2031 is the estimated breakdown of the SSA. I've heard that Social Security Trust Fund will be bankrupt in 2027, unless we do something like eliminate the a cap on payroll tax. Right now, if a person receives over 135,000, I think it is, in income, they don't pay payroll taxes above that. Well, that's ridiculous. If a person's making 500,000 a year, he should pay a commensurate amount of payroll tax, he or she. Like Brian Williams, MSNBC. Brian Williams, he makes a lot of money. I mean, he should be paying his fair share of payroll tax. Especially if he's being followed by helicopters with machine guns. Hello, Green-Eyed Girl. Welcome. Welcome to the show. Depopulation, globalist Bill Gates invests in toxic meat alternatives made with toxic ingredients like GMO canola oil. There you go. You know, a lot of these people like Bill Gates, they're completely bought and sold. He's owned. He basically got owned by the government a long time ago. Microsoft wouldn't have been able to succeed if they hadn't had government contracts all those years. He's a leech off the government dole. Depopulation globalist Bill Gates investing in meat alternatives made with toxic ingredients. Yeah, so many of them embrace the GMOs. I'm against GMOs, by the way. I'm against GMOs. I think that it's a terrible thing to put in our diet. But people like Bill Gates, they don't care about GMOs. They don't even bother reading the studies that show that it causes tumors in laboratory animals as opposed to non-GMOs. Baked meats are made basically, out of soy products and canola, toxic, GMO, pea and soy proteins. It's just another way to poison the world. I halfway believe that that's why the World Health Organization issued a warning that processed meat is dangerous and causes cancer. And they didn't even process a warning in America on the dangers of RF frequencies, but they talked about toxic bacon. Bacon's actually healthy for you. It's got niacin in it. When you're feeling kind of weak and you need some power and some protein, there's no faster way to get amino acids into your system than a piece of bacon. Bacon. I do believe my IQ is above 185, yeah. Partly because I've got testable intelligence and then non-testable intelligence. I defend population expansion because the human species needs to replicate and go forth and propagate. The elitists like Bill Gates and Ted Cruz, excuse me, he is an elitist, Ted Turner, are in favor of getting rid of 95% of the world's population. That's pretty significant. Ted Turner's on record saying that. I believe these people don't want to clean up the air. They don't want to clean up the water. They don't want to produce good quality food. They want to rape the soil, rape the earth, and then tell all the people to get rid of the population because they personally think that's the only way to save the planet after they raped it. Here's Ted Turner.
We've got to stabilize the population. When I was born, there was
what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff.
But
if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff. We're altering the climate and the world in so many different ways. And what we're doing is reducing the Earth's carrying capacity. So that each year, the natural world gets poorer and less able to support the increasing number of people. We have a finite world, but an infinite ability to increase our population.
Basically, the world he's describing is the one that he raped. He and countless other landowners who inherited their money from their dad, like Donald Trump inherited his money from his dad. Millions of dollars. He claims only 1 million. I'm sorry. I've seen statistics that show as high as 22 million came from his dad. But basically, Ted Turner inherited a billboard business from his dad and turned it into the Turner Network. CNN I think they're the basic mouthpiece, propaganda tool for the CIA. That's what I believe. My concern is that these global elitists don't want to fix the problem. And that's why I've taken some pretty dramatic steps to establishing awareness with a third party and stopping the global excesses like the chemtrails that are being dumped in our atmosphere so that they can somehow, in their minds, clean the air by putting more pollution into it. That's why I'm against war, which they think is somehow going to create peace. So I'm using simple logic here. We're the only species on the planet that's talking about eliminating our species. I don't speak to cats and dogs, but I can assure you, by their behavior, they're out there having sex and propagating. Many of you don't want to have kids. Yes, you'll be able to, there's a very dangerous thing out there called super lice that we'll have to treat in the future. And mobile medical units will be equipped to treat the super lice that's coming. We might have to shave your kid's head, a little buzzer, and then smooth it over with an antibiotic. Or whatever is going to stop the super lice. But yeah, it's not so super when you get it. Apparently 25% of the super lice is cured. The rest continues to live. It's dangerous. A Flint burglary where water files stored an inside job, police chief says. Okay, I'm not sure what that is. Is this part of the Nestle grab for water out of Lake Huron? And then summarily forced Flint to pull water out of a lead-ridden river? The mystery still surrounds an unsolved December break-in at an executive office inside the city hall where Flint water files were kept. As of Friday, March 18th, there was no suspect in the case. And all that was taken was a TV. Interesting. But the city's new police chief, Tim Johnson, says it's too suspicious as there was a break-in where important documents were kept just as the investigation began heating up and the decision makers were beginning to be held accountable. It was definitely an inside job. The power cord of the TV wasn't even taken. The average drug user knows that you need a power cord to be able to pawn it. Somebody had knowledge of specific documents that they grabbed. This is a big potential cover-up. The local governor, or the governor of Michigan, was aware of the problem for 2 months prior, and he didn't do anything. The EPA didn't do anything. And now they're not doing anything. I would be rapidly moving FEMA desalination units into that area. I'm amazed Obama hasn't addressed this issue. I understand people are still buying bottled water in Flint. Never heard of that type of gonorrhea. Show the plimp again? Okay. It's not a plimp, it's a blimp. The blimp plane. But you're calling a plimp? Okay. It's pretty funny. You just want to watch it fly around? The governor should be jailed. Frankly, that's a serious case of ignoring public health. Retweet. Megyn Kelly bimbo photo shoot? What? Are you serious? Okay. I'll take a look at that. So yeah, depopulation is definitely something that I'm not in favor of. I want to make sure that people have a normal life and have a family. I'm very in favor of families. I think the family unit will actually save us from the New World Order. The New World Order wants to break up the family. They want to separate people and create a nuclear family. And you can't shut me up. There's not a damn thing you can do to stop me. It frustrates you, doesn't it? Normally you're able to threaten people on shows and make them basically get diarrhea in their pants when you get chat like it coming out of your mouth. I've got certain bad chatters in the show. I hope you understand that we have to purge on a daily basis. I'm against GMOs and I'm against the New World Order. Yeah. And I've got real ideas for the country. Big difference. Would you like me to tell you what I'm really in favor of here? Because obviously, I could expand the scroll here. I'm against GMOs. I'm against end chemtrails, as we know it. End war. End the Fed. Legalize pot. These are the reasons to vote for me, folks. If you're wondering, Many of you are kind of grabbing ideas and you want to have something to hold on to. I'll play that for you. Okay. The fan off the plimp is perfectly useful for negotiating a landing. We'll have various positional fans that are open turbine technology, which will have very low sound. The blimps will be virtually silent, except for the jets when they kick into gear. You honestly love Congress when they verbally abuse the government of Michigan? Well, that's good. At least you had a feel-good moment there, liking Congress. That must have been a short-lived moment for you. Gold dropping back again to 1255. Silver dropping back again to 1579. And the Dow Jones still doing well at 17,600 on its way to 18,000. Manipulated stock market, no longer an indication of our real economy. The real economy is you walking down to Walmart because you can't afford to pay for gas to buy a gallon of milk for your family because you know they're going to want it tonight when they watch their TV and eat their cereal for dessert because they don't have any dinner. That's the real economy. You don't think I know? You don't think I see this? Everywhere I go, I see people struggling and suffering in our society. A nation that's neglected its poor and homeless people. We now have nearly 4 million people homeless, as compared to prior to Obama, 1.6 million. Isn't that amazing? Holly B's playing it cool, huh? He said, "Plimp, you win." I am nothing but an intelligent, interactive, wonderful person who has much more personality than Trump. Trump borrows his personality from me, actually. I was a Democrat for a lot of years, yeah, but I'm no longer a tax and spender. I never was a tax and spender. I just don't believe the Democrats have the right idea about wasting your tax dollars to create programs. Did Mark record your IP address? I didn't know that. He says that nobody can record IP addresses except him, apparently. Well, no, there's some people that are interested. The NSA wants to know where Mark's records are. He has to report that stuff to the NSA. He has to keep all of his records on server for 18 months based on new laws. Yeah. See, if you make a death threat in here against me, your IP will then go to the FBI and move up the channels, the NSA, and eventually your IP will be looked at, and they'll say, "Oh, who is this person?" Mark said he refused 1,000 viewers to my show yesterday. That doesn't surprise me. Like I said, people are trying to get into us. They're trying to get into the show. If you're having a problem getting into our website, we're also being DDoSed at times. So we're fighting through this. We're going to have a better alternative soon. But it's difficult to be around this censorship in a country that claims to be free and democratic. What a joke. You know, I encountered this firsthand. My freedoms were squashed in every way last year and the year before. When I ran for local office in the state of Washington, 90% of my signs were stolen. Seriously, 90% were stolen or destroyed. The bottom line is nobody can censor what we've got going on here. I've got like I said, I'm a marketing genius. I've got a guerrilla marketing tactic that I put in play 7 years ago. So the flow keeps coming in and Mark wants to monetize. So his choice, entirely his own. If he wants to minimize his access to anybody on the show, he has that right. It's his show. And I'm not violating TOS rules by saying I disapprove. Nope, he has not shut down my campaign. It's continuing and it's growing in different directions. Nothing's wrong with me at all. I'm in good shape physically, and technically I'm perhaps better physically than I was when I was 28. I was saying that last night. Well, that may happen. You never know. Mark isn't even a U.S. citizen from my knowledge. I understand he lives in Canada. I don't think only his mother would say that. Are you his mom? Miss Scruffy, are you coming in as a guest? Oh, bless you. I hope he helps you when you get older. Or, of course, you are older. Yeah, we do not allow death threats here, no. Defense One technology. Okay, I've got a couple things queued up I need to bring in the show. Again, I'm not expanding the cost of healthcare. This unit right here, the total unit for 200 of these things, $1 billion for 1 year to produce these, and $1 billion to operate them. And we're going to make money back because, did I tell you? This is the best part. We'll be selling medical marijuana out of the back end of these units once I legalize marijuana. Isn't it amazing? It slices, it dices, it makes mounds and mounds of marijuana. Yeah, I said it. That's what it is. It's legalization, everybody. And its time has come. Nobody's ever died from marijuana, not even Chum Lee. He just got jailed for some weird things in his house. But yeah, marijuana is 0 deaths from marijuana. So we're going to legalize it and put it in our mobile medical units and make it available. And it's going to help pay for the units. Isn't that great? That was an impersonation of a guy named Dan Aykroyd. Way beyond your times. Saturday Night Live. Way beyond. Many of you aren't even old enough to remember even being a baby that time. But because I'm, one of the problems with getting older and not having other people get older with you is they don't realize how old you are. So, Chumley was set up. He had the marijuana, but that's it. Oh, interesting. He violated his contract by being busted with drugs. Whatever, I'm not here to talk about the 70s. Rolling a pinner is something that, you have to learn at a young age. If you know how to do it, you'll save a lot of money on marijuana. Smoking in legally recreational states, of course. I do not encourage anyone doing illegal acts. Now, this Oregon standoff has missing bullet casings. A lot of things have come into our room, and I have to bring up all this stuff. So let's get to the stuff that's come into our room. Gosh, we're just amassing a massive load of stuff. Whew. Yep. And chemtrails. And war. Okay, the blimp plane has been released. All right. I'm pulling out of the show, and I'm going to give you a full view of the screen. U.S. military developing brain implants. This is your brain with an implant in it, waiting for download. This is your brain on acid. Anyone saying negative things about me will be banned. I will end verbal diarrhea in the chat room. You are hereby on warning. Okay, here comes the story that you've been waiting for. Well, let's be clear. Defense 1. Introducing the first major breakthrough. Our government's going to thrust these things in the brains of soldiers. Check this out. The U.S. military is developing brain implants to boost memory and heal PTSD. In other words, frying them on the go with electroshock. One of DARPA's many brain improvement projects centers on implantable wireless devices intended to aid troops' cognitive abilities both during and after wars. Yeah. So they're taking liberties with our brains. This just in. Bullet casings disappear from the Lavoy Finicum shooting scene, sources say. Let's take a look. Slow motion video of the gunshot allegedly lied about in Lavoy Finicum. Lavoy Finnegan steps out of his truck after a bullet pierces the roof and hits the passenger window.
Stay down.
The U.S. Justice Department is investigating whether an FBI agent lied about firing the shot. This is video of the shot in slow motion. Could have hit this kid in there. Reckless, absolutely reckless what Oregon State Police did to this man. He was ambushed. Tragic day in American history, I'll tell you. Slow motion video of the gunshot FBI allegedly lied about in Lavoy Finicum. They shot his window. Look at that. So we see the window broken, implying when he got out, they were shooting. They didn't even give him time to put his hands up. They were shooting at him. So this is a serious allegation. If the FBI does their job, we're going to get justice for the death of Lavoie. Beautiful planet we live on, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. That isn't our planet, by the way. That's an artistic rendered picture of the Earth. The Earth actually is much uglier than that. Yeah, I didn't want to break the news to you, but you know, the reality is sometimes harsh. Just like the music that's playing in the background. Okay, so now I bring the camera back in, and you're seeing the default camera setting, because I accidentally got rid of the camera earlier. Sorry to say. I'm changing the settings to 1280 by 720 in case you're watching this in high definition. And redoing the settings. Thank you. Okay, we're back in business. Thank you very much. Okay, so our freedom has been taken away. We've been lied to by a government that's been hand-selecting puppet presidents for years. We haven't had a good, honest president run for office in a long time. Almost everybody out there is controlled. Kasich, I think, is legitimate. I think he really does want to beat Donald Trump, and I admire his tenacity in staying in the race. I think he's doing a good job. And ironically, his win in Ohio is going to prevent Donald from having the necessary number of delegates to win the Republican conference. This is not a toupee. This is my real hair. Thank you. Thank you for asking. I am Hope. I'm Hope, and I'm trying to run a very strong campaign on a bare bones budget because we don't get any donations. You guys are poor. I'm not a flat earther, Grizzly Ray. I think the concept of flat earthers at this point is based on an improper use of math. I would gladly show you the cauldron of hell. Yeah, Mark said 10,000 viewers tried to enter your channel but were refused. Yep, I know. No, I will never endorse Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. I don't even get a phone call from these people. You got to understand, I've been completely kept out of the mainstream media for years. For 7 years, they've been shunning me. Yet I've got great ideas. Now, Bernie wants to offer you a free education. I want to give you a 6-week to 6-month certification course. This is my real hair, yes. This is, in case you're wondering. I pull on it, it would lift off if I had a wig. I believe they were IP banned, yeah. So this is what you do. You go to a country like Sweden and they give you a free education. Now, I wasn't given an education to go to college. Nobody gave me any money like they gave Barack Obama money because he's black. I didn't know that there was a woman who looked like Joan Rivers. Is she doing an impersonation of Joan Rivers on stage? Well, yeah, Sweden has a population of 8 million. They can do it. Bernie doesn't understand our population of 320 some odd million cannot possibly give everybody a free education. I did the numbers on Bernie's plan. It would cost $7 trillion. But I do want to get you guys certified in some field that you could get a job. So we have a 6-week to 6-month certification plan depending on what career you want to choose. You want to be an EMT, emergency medical technician, and work on our mobile medical units? You can do that. No, my family is from America. We're American of ancestry from Norway. I'm not from Norway. It took you 8 hours to enter my channel? Wow. See, people have been in here 8 hours to enter my channel. See this? 296. Thank you so much. We're waiting for the other network to open up and you guys can go and congregate there, but we don't have that other network queued up for you right now because it's not ready yet. But we broadcasted on Blog TV for 4 years and brought thousands of viewers into the Vaughn network. In the process, we're getting censored, which we don't understand why, other than pure political rivalry, which is very sad. You know, we can't possibly afford a $75,000 education for everybody. And that's from a local community college level. So Bernie cannot afford $7 trillion. He hasn't done the numbers. He obviously doesn't think economically. Well, he's a Democrat / socialist, so of course he doesn't do the numbers, and they don't realize how to create virality in an economy. They don't even understand business. Bernie was 40 years old before he started working. I was almost done working when I was 40. I mean, I worked really hard for about 20 years there. And then I saved a lot of money, and I basically enough to survive on. And I basically said, hey, you know, I don't need to work for the man. Bernie wants to tax everybody who is working for the man to pay for his giveaway programs to illegal aliens. And Hillary's no different. If Trump is anti-privatization, he's making a mistake. Well, privatization is what fuels this economy. This is why Trump is more like a Democrat. He doesn't understand the growth of economies, and companies like Apple. He says people should boycott Apple because Apple's protecting your privacy. Well, you can make signs right now. America's Third Party has a website up and running. You can simply copy the sign we have. Yeah, America's Third Party is up and running, and I do not support Alex Jones, Little Pete, no. Alex Jones is a shill. He's a shill for the government military-industrial complex. He receives money from them. He doesn't make it on Berkey. He makes some money on Berkey water filters, but believe me, he's getting a check cut every single month to his personal salary. Okay, apparently we're having a problem opening up that browser. Okay, that was very, very serious about the casings that were at Lavoy Finnegan's shooting, implying that the FBI may very well have a case against the Oregon State Police. I'm glad they're investigating it, because it did look like an ambush to me. And that's not the kind of thing you want to overlook from a federal level. No, Sarah just has a very busy schedule, and she'll be back as soon as she's done. I can prove everything, yeah. What do you need me to prove? Donald Trump retweeted Megyn Kelly bimbo shot. Okay, I'll wait till that queues up. Thank you. Well, yeah, but we're not talking about Bonnie Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde committed criminal acts. Lavoy Finnegan stood up and talked about protecting grazing land. I mean, he never did a single thing. There was no probable cause for him to be stopped, and he knew that. I'm just hoping to see justice done here. The last thing we need to do is allow people to continue to act like dictators, like Barack Obama's engaged in. And now Trump wants to act like a dictator. Well, that is not coming up, that link. It's still generating. So I'm going to have to go to my delicious link library. Actually, if you want to go to a really good website talking about Trump, and in no way does this slander him, TrumpQuestions.com has a really good review of Donald Trump. In his own words, these are quotes that he's made about women. Here's Trump on Princess Diana. In the words of other, his words used by other women. If you haven't seen this is really good. In no way is this slander by telling you the truth.
Bimbo. Dog. Fat pig.
Real quotes from Donald Trump about women.
A person who is very flat-chested is very hard to be a 10.
I'd look her right in that fat, ugly face of hers.
Look at that face. Would anyone vote for that?
She had the height, she had the beauty. She was crazy. But these are minor details.
I like kids. I mean, I won't do anything to take care of them. I'll supply funds, and she'll take care of the kids.
You know, it really doesn't matter what they write, as long as you've got a young and beautiful piece of ass.
That must be a pretty picture, you dropping to your knees.
There was blood coming out of her eyes. Blood coming out of her... wherever.
Women. You have to treat them like
This is how Donald Trump talks about our mothers, our sisters,
our daughters.
If you believe America deserves better, vote against Donald Trump.
Okay, that was some of my best speaking without the audio on. I was just doing a rehearsal. So if you'd like to know what the transcript of that speech was, you'll have to go visit our website, AmericasThirdParty.com, to receive the transcript. I know, I was just rehearsing it. It was great when it's silenced, wasn't it? And I was so sincere, too. It was really, it was very good effort. So this is our link library. We have over 3,000 links at America's Third Party, or nearly 3,000 links. And I'm going to show you what I do when I go search on here. I type in Trump, and I search in my links, and I come up with the list of reasons not to vote for Trump. I don't know why that popped up. The most troubling Trump link you'll ever read. How much do you really know about Trump? That was the Trump questions one. This is a helicopter crash that killed 3 of his casino aides, top aides, right before the #1 corporate bankruptcy he encountered. The book's coming along, Sir Waffles. Report Trump's dad was arrested in 1927 Ku Klux Klan brawl with police. Trump tells police to remove a black man from a rally who was there to listen to candidate. Voicemails revealed Donald Trump's cozy relationship with the liberal media. Yeah, you saw the Trump, there's a naked picture one there. Okay, and then police revealed Trump's told them to kick black people out of a rally. Second one. I've got more than 20, but I said 20. Trump promises harsh media criticism of him will be illegal if he's president. This is perhaps the most important one of all. It shows you that this guy has dictator written all over him. And I'm not saying anything slanderous. He said these things himself. He promises. This is his promising. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys a link to promote on the internet. 20 reasons not to vote for Trump. And these are all factual. There's no slander here. Go for it. And it goes on and on. I mean, yeah, you've got links up the yin-yang. But this is perhaps the most troubling thing. Promising harsh media criticism of him will be illegal if he's president. Well, you can escape the matrix by writing my name in, because I stand against the matrix. I'm doing everything I can to stop GMOs, ending chemtrails, ending war. Well, I know he said 10,000 viewers will be refused into our channel. I know that. We're growing faster than that, though. He can't control it. I'm sorry many of you have had problems getting into our chat show. We are running a separate chat room over at AmericasThirdParty.com. Let me bring that in and make sure I'm reading. Yeah, we've had a lot of people turned away. Well, that was a primary 671. If guest 671, if you're in Oklahoma or Louisiana, you may have a problem. It took you 12 hours to get into our chat room. Well, I am thinking of reviving the gaming show, but I'm really serious about running for president in 2016. There's not a lot of time for gaming. I don't have a warped fantasy world. You do. Coming into our room saying the same thing over and over again. That's a warped fantasy world you're living. This is the 50th time you said that in the past 6 months. Of course, I'm never quitting. I would never quit. I'm in it for the long haul. I haven't had 1 second of media time. And you're saying, now that Rubio is out, will you quit? I haven't even been given a second of media time in the mainstream media, and you're saying, are you going to quit? I'm not hating Trump. The wall he claims to want to build, he can't build because he doesn't know how to pay for it. He didn't stay long enough in our show in 2012 to hear the whole story. He went off half-cocked, and they said simply, how are you going to pay for the wall? We're going to have Mexico pay for the wall. Mexico's not going to pay. Vicente Fox, the former president, the current president, said they're not going to, no effing way they're going to pay. Wow. I can't even imagine using the F word on my show, so saying effing is very difficult. It's supposed to be a bad impersonation, because nobody can impersonate somebody so greedy that they'd brag about how greedy they are. I can't do a Trump impersonation. I'm too good of a person to imitate somebody that evil. That they actually said greed is good. I have the black vote, yes. I've won over a lot of African Americans in our show. Many people are aware that I'm going to spend more time with the Black Caucus than any other presidential candidate because I have a reason. People have pegged me a racist because I simply did a blackface impersonation back in 2009 or 2008. And then I did another one in 2014. They're going to have me rolled over the coals once this gets out. It's already reached the international media. I've got people in Japan watching our show because of my work on the impersonation video. And I don't think greed is good. I'm not greedy, so I don't like people that are greedy, per se. But I know greed is, pretty much everywhere. It's not unusual to have greed dominate a population. But the last time this happened, historically, I think Moses went up to the mountain and got 10 commandments down, and you don't even believe that there's a God. So you're either godless, atheistic, you don't believe that Moses existed. But the last time you worshiped the golden cow, which you're doing now, Moses was called in. And we all know what happened after that, right? Or maybe you don't know. Trump has already been removed from the running by a lot of Republicans. Yeah, they're going to be pulling him out in the upcoming convention. They're already working on the scenario needed to do that. I could walk into the floor of the election in the as a Republican alternative if I was a Republican, and they could vote for me. It's that simple. Yeah. The nomination process for the presidency is a completely arbitrary thing when it comes to the convention. I'm not first cousins with Sarah. No. We have no relationship whatsoever. Trump is going to fail. Actually, he may be replaced by Paul Ryan. The Republicans are seriously looking at it, and Paul Ryan, this current Speaker of the House, was running under Mitt Romney as VP. Nearly pulled 47% of the vote. I mean, that's significant. And Republicans are going to say, wait a second. Trump said, what about Mexican people? He already ruined the Latino vote. What did he say about women? Oh, Megyn Kelly was bleeding from wherever. That one didn't go very well with women. And I just showed you what Trump said about women. So he's going to lose the women vote. Republicans are like trying to bail the entire Republican Party out, and they're going to have to expurge him from the party. It looks like he's going to be probably wandering out here in write-in land with me. And that's when my day will come. That's when I get to shine in front of the American people. No, I don't believe that 90% of the people in our chat room are making fun of me. We have a lot of people that are trying to watch our show from afar. I've got thousands of viewers right now in Japan. And I thank you all for coming in to the show. Single women find him reprehensible. He objectifies women. Women don't like to be treated as objects, sex objects. Anyone who does that to women is not going to be our leader, I assure you. I'm not a comedy act. You're the one laughing at me because you find what I'm saying is funny because you don't understand what I'm saying. I've never been a comedy act. KR, hello, greetings. Nice to meet you. I have over 10,000 viewers worldwide right now. I do. We're being rebroadcast in Japan, and the demographics show that I have at least 10,000 viewers at any given time. Many people in Japan think I am the famous William Macy. That's right. It's not only the best show online, it's the only show online. Everything else is a sad facsimile. They don't have anywhere near the creativity I possess. Let's listen to Joan Rivers.
Ms. Rivers, how are you? You made a ton of news with officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you?
I'm so excited.
Okay.
And I should do very well because I don't choke.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman
We already
president?
have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay. She doesn't.
There was echo there. Let's play it again without echo. Sorry about the echo. Here we go.
Ms. Rivers, how are you? You made a ton of news with officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you?
I am so excited.
Okay.
And I should do very well because I don't choke.
And do you think that the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman
we
president?
already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. It's okay. She doesn't.
Okay, did that satisfy you? The double dose of Joan Rivers, double Dutch sweet. Yeah, she was a comedian before she was killed on the operating table by the Yorkville Endoscopy Clinic. No, not one more time. We need to talk about your future and how you need to own a house someday and get out of debt. We need to know how we're going to lay solar carpeting all across the nation. And you guys can have jobs. Within 6 weeks, you'd be able to literally lay across my solar panel. Okay. We have another edition, ending fluoride. I forgot to add that. Hang on. End fluoride in water. And, of course, legalize marijuana. End fluoride in water. Thank you. What about Paul McCartney? He died in 1966. The man who currently occupies his role as Paul McCartney et al., Esquire, is a wonderful, talented man who deserves respect. His name is William Campbell. Renee's no longer with us. The replacement for Renee Zellweger is now 5'9". Renee was 5'3". I don't know how a woman can grow 6 inches and look differently, that drastically different than her original face, and not be looked at by the media as a potential, Green-Eyed Girl does not like Joan Rivers. You've got a personal issue about Joan Rivers, Green-Eyed Girl? I am the real David Sponheim, yes, but it's not pronounced Spoonheim except in Norway. No, it's not cosmetic surgery, and I'll prove it to you right now. Well, let's be clear. That's like saying I'm Barack Obama, which clearly I'm not. I mean, if you believe that Renee Zellweger is Renee Zellweger, and just for reference, let's bring up the Paul McCartney picture as well. His face is a 66% match with the original. It's a different person. William Campbell won an amazing impersonation contest, and I remember it in 1966. No, I'm reading 6,000 words per minute because I'm reading everything you say. You just don't say anything important. Having beliefs that make me look stupid are not answers to questions. They're simply questions. I have lots of questions, but in no way am I claiming that my ideas or beliefs make me look stupid. You are. That's why I don't respond to you, even though I read 6,000 words a minute. But thank you anyway. Putting me to the test, I see that. I use a unique talent called ChatDar as well. I developed this technology. I can spot criminal acts in a chat room instantaneously. It's just one of those little gifts you pick up over the years. Renee. There she is. Here is a composite photograph of Renee before and after. And I can prove without any shadow of a doubt, with her face aligned, that not only is her eyebrow and her eye slightly higher than the other eye, but her nose is much lower. Excuse me. Her eyebrow and her eye and her nose are much lower than Renee's. Thank you. Thank you. Fabulous suit. Fabulous look. So clearly this isn't the same woman. It's a close match. They try to get up above 66% when they try to replace a person who has been extinguished. But I applaud the work of William Campbell. He's an exceptional musician and artist. And we wouldn't have even had the quality of work that the Beatles delivered in those 9 years that they were a famous rock group if we hadn't had the work of the Tavistock Institute and their mind manipulation control system that they put in place. This is not a satire. This is me approaching every subject with hard data and facts. You don't have to believe me because your IQ is below mine by about 100 points, so it doesn't matter. I'm not grasping, I'm telling you, look it up, the Tavistock Institute and the Beatles. They developed the Beatles. They had to replace Paul because he died in a car crash in 1966. It's that simple. Yeah. Research it. I'll bring up the audio clip of the Tavistock Institute interview if you like. There is no other person who can replace me. I can read relatively fast at 100 words per second, yes. I can see an entire picture and analyze abnormalities, significant points. In no way am I an asylum. I'm a very intelligent person. It's difficult for me to hold down my intelligence, so I do a show every night. Many of you don't have anything in your brain. Bill Campbell is not a writer. He was never a writer. He did create, a wonderful group called Wings, Paul McCartney and Wings. Man on the run. Man on the run. No, Connie actually retracted those statements. I've never had any mental problems whatsoever. She was jealous because she was suing me in court. I mean, who sues their brother in court? Oh, okay. How fast do you read? Good. Excellent. I'll do that in a few minutes. While I'm busy doing a chat room, you want me to take a break and take a reading challenge? I don't like tests. She sued me a long time ago, and she was jealous she didn't get anything, or she didn't get enough in the will. A classic case of jealousy. And then she started bad-mouthing me in the press, or whatever you call it, press. The guy wasn't even a reporter. No, Connie Chung is not my sister. Do I look Asian to you? I'm Caucasian. Well, Skrill, I'm just telling you, I forgive people. I move on. It is pretty rude, I gotta admit. But so is Trump in the news. I mean, we've got rudeness going on all over the place. Here's The View with Trump talking about his daughter in a way that's not really becoming of a presidential candidate, in my opinion.
Nice to see you. Hey, so Donald, all right, I'm afraid to ask this question, but what would you do? Playboy put Ivanka on the cover of the magazine and she had not...
This is going to be an interesting answer.
He doesn't even want you to have a drink. I know him. So
it would be really disappointing. Not really. But it would depend on what was inside the magazine.
If she posed, it would be fine. But if they put her picture
Yeah, but
on,
it depends on what goes inside the magazine.
Well, see, that's
Inside
her
the
gripe.
magazine.
That's
Right.
this girl's gripe.
And there
People
was
assume
nothing.
there'll be nude photos.
Right, you do assume that with
Misleading.
Playboy.
okay,
But if there weren't, you wouldn't have an issue with it then. If they were using her to...
I don't think Ivanka would do that inside the magazine, although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Unreal. Look at the body language. Look at Ivanka dropping her head to the ground. This is after her plastic surgery, extensive plastic surgery that, she did. I'm sure it wasn't because the stretch marks around her neck from the plastic surgery. But this is before and after. This is a woman who's constantly trying to improve her looks. And when her father says that on camera, you can imagine how difficult it must have been for her. But look at her head bowing down in almost shame. Would you say that that's shame? That body language was shame? Reno Vagan. She's pretty now, yeah. She was pretty then, too. I'm not here to say anything about her plastic surgery. I don't think that's really that relevant to talk about what she did to her face. But it's an embarrassment, yeah. And this is the classic case of Trump putting his foot in his mouth everywhere he turns. That's not the kind of president that's going to lead us to a better place internationally. It's only going to put us in harm's way with other countries. If you can imagine him yelling at Putin or President Xi of China in that way. I do support decriminalizing prostitution, yes. So escort services could be legalized. That's the answer to that, GPF. She looks great. But a solar panel on top of your roof would be looking good too, don't you think? Okay, now it's dark. Okay, we've got something going on with Renovjan. Let's take a look. A rollout solar panel on Crowdcube. Renovagan are now crowdfunding on this plan. So there's a group of people that are actually trying to get funding for this type of design. We've been talking about this for some time. I'm not here to make profits. I'm here to talk about great innovations. I don't want to make any money on anything I develop or any ideas I put out on the show. I may very well patent something else that I'm not talking about right now, but something like this could very well be what we need. Okay, we got a live breaking news, Fox News, Trump getting more free airtime. This is a company that makes the air panels. Good, thank you. Well, I think we've got enough free airtime for Donald Trump. I'm of the belief that we don't need any more free airtime, but thanks for the link. I've introduced something that many of you don't know is an idea we've come up with. The 24/7 Andromeda cure would be a 24/7 cancer cure, essentially. And the plan would be to find a cure for cancer with a 24/7 team of scientists and doctors that would solve the problem that's been lingering for some time. I call it the Andromeda plan, but it's a 24/7 cancer cure. And it's a plan that I'll put in place as president by diverting funding from the NIH's Medication Research and Development Fund, R&D fund for a big pharma, rediverting some of that money to pay for doctors and scientists to do a hard, immediate 24/7 work day and night to get this entire campaign rolling. Scroll down, okay. Oh, cool. And there it is being laid out. So this stuff is already being produced, folks. I'm not ahead of myself here. It can be deployed up to 50 meters in length, so we've got the rooftop covered. This can roll out on rooftops and be epoxied down and riveted down with electric drills. And you've got yourself a new, durable, amorphous panel that's completely hook-upable. There it is. That's the company that makes them. Very cool. Thanks for that link. Yeah, that's awesome. So unlike Bernie, who wants to bankrupt the country for $7 trillion, I will get you a free education if you qualify. Everybody who has in fact, when you turn 21, you'll be able to get independent status from your parents. Right now, you have to wait till you're 25 to become legally, financially independent. It's a very big barrier. So at 21, we'll be offering people the certification plan. Or right at 18 years old if you're really gung-ho and you qualify. But this plan is much more affordable than what Bernie is talking about. He wants to bilk all the taxpayers in the country for this. And it's just a big mistake. Sailboats, solar sailboats for the win. Yeah, that'll work. Here's a breakdown of the entire economy and how much money is in the hands of the average person. The 99% of us need a raise. Yeah. 1 gallon of milk is $3.70. For a wage earner, 1 gallon of milk is $3.70, but they make $16.57 an hour. And for the CEO guy, they make $20,000 an hour, and they still pay $3.70 for. So basically, a CEO works for 0.01 seconds to pay for that milk. The medium wage earner has to work 13 minutes for a gallon of milk, and an average minimum wage earner has to work for a half an hour just to drink a gallon of milk. That's a pretty good picture. I support raising the minimum wage to $10. I've never said that I wasn't going to raise the minimum wage. I want to make it $10 an hour. I've also got a plan to get a $15 an hour living wage for U.S. citizens, basically hired in U.S. businesses that get an infrastructure bank loan of 2%. So I've always been behind a $10 minimum wage. I'm not a Republican, so don't confuse me with the Republicans. They don't seem to care about minimum wage. However, I'm not going to make that a diversion in the campaign. In fact, the campaign will end when I become president. I won't be running for re-election like Barack Obama did. In 2009, he started running for re-election. I have to fix the problems in the country. I can't just run for re-election like he did. It's a serious problem when a president does that. All right, so we need a background here. Freedom Friday. Let's start with the Jade Helm program. Yeah, master the human domain. Now, what about this picture is disturbing to you? Is it the wooden shoe that's reminiscent of the Nazi concentration camps, like Treblinka, Dachau, and Auschwitz? Or many of the other concentration camps that Hitler had, they used wooden shoes to indicate. So are any of you concerned that someday you're going to be in a concentration camp? Does that enter your mind at all? You don't care? I think it's time for more cowbell. No more cowbell? Okay, thanks, Holly. I'll stop that. Okay, so apparently you don't really worry about being in a concentration camp. That's because you've been dumbed down and pacified with fluoride in your water system. So many of the people in Germany, they were like, "Was ist los? Ah, German Jews are being taken away to the camps. Oh, yeah. Whatever." Yeah, they become completely complacent when people are being sent to concentration camps. Well, this is why we believe in freedom of religion. Many of you atheists don't realize it, but you are in a religion. So we support your freedom to believe whatever you want. Can't stop because we won't stop the haters. They can't stop us. We can't stop them, but they can't stop us, so we kind of have a Mexican standoff here. See? I now have to play the song and get a better background. It's time. We can't do this forever. I'm not a comedian, no. Don't confuse me with a comedian, please. Just because you're laughing doesn't make me a comedian. I'm the funniest man alive. Big difference. That's more of a burden. on me. You don't have to bear the burden, I do. Luckily for you, you can just sit and watch, and I can crack jokes. I want to do something that's unusual, obviously, and to get the ball rolling, we're going to go ahead and bring in the music. Let's listen to a fireside chat of FDR.
But on the dreary day when FDR took the helm of government, France and England were nationalizing stiff industries, Germany and Italy were racing toward military dictatorship, and America was still not ready to recognize a communized Russia. Capitalism had been weighed and found wanting not only in Ohio, but in much of the industrial West, when the 50-year-old aristocrat first took charge.
It is a day of national competition, and I am certain that on this day my fellow Americans expect that on my induction into the presidency, I will address them with a candor and a decision which the present situation of our people impels.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on.
The only thing you have to fear is fear itself.
We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we
All right.
won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.
Welcome to Castle Sponheim, everybody.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
This is Castle Sponheim.
Sponheim for president. We can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, harder, piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop.
I give you Castle Sponheim.
Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
This is an amazing castle that was built many years ago. In around 1100 AD is when my family left the area that this castle was built. This is an amazing edifice in Germany, in the Rhineland, and people say, David, are you Jewish? And I said, no, I'm actually of German descent originally. Like many people in the country, 53% of you, believe it or not, are German descent. So when you see a guy like Trump get rid of his last name, which was originally Drumpf, and not be proud of it, you're wondering why vote for a guy who's not even proud of his Germanic heritage. It's kind of interesting. My family moved from Germany to Norway in 1100 AD, and then went on to move to America in the 1860s. And that's where my family settled, and that's where my father was born into a family that was a second, third generation farming family in North Dakota. And we can't stop, and we won't stop till we find a cancer cure with our 24/7 cancer cure. We won't stop till we come up with a way to get transportation affordable for the average person where we don't have to get bothered by the TSA. I want to phase out the TSA. I want to bring in a blimp plane as an alternative to air travel currently, which is dangerous. Every one of these blimp planes, by the way, will have a parachute attached to it. Multiple parachute systems will be deployed in the event something happens to the dirigible. But these are ideas that only we have, that no other candidate carries the banner. So by writing my name in, David Sponheim, we're forcing a recount. We're ending GMOs. I will put a lawsuit out against Monsanto using the Supreme Court decision of recent times saying you can't genetically patent a human gene. Therefore, why can we patent any organic gene? So we're going to stop GMOs. And the chemtrail activity that's been going on. And war. War is a waste of money, and it should be obsolete. And the Fed, which is a huge central bank which takes over so much of our country's equity, and fluoride in water system, and legalized pot. So you see, there's a reason why we need a third party, folks. It's never been more important. I'm going to get a background from our collection here that I happen to have that background, Scissor Fight. I love that background. Let me bring it in. Good choice. Yeah, I was kind of groping for a Freedom Friday background. This is it. But yeah, it's quite a castle that my family built in the 600 to 1100 AD in Germany. I've never been there. I've just seen pictures of it. Here's the background that Scissor Fight just gave us. Cool. Definitely stands for freedom, for sure. All right, that's bright. Yeah. Can't miss that one. Thank you. Well, Grandma will not need a parachute strapped onto her. Larry Drake, who famously played Benny on LA Law, died Thursday at age 66. That's pretty young for Benny. But Benny and the Jets. Benny Law. Okay, let's take a look here. LA Law, Benny. LA Law was a show. I was never really happy with the show, so I didn't watch a lot of it, but Larry Drake has passed away, everybody. An American actor best known as Benny Stulwitz in LA Law. Thank you. You guys remember him, yeah. Born in Tulsa, 1950. That's pretty young to die at 66 years old. Died March 17th, 2016. That's yesterday. He was great in Darkman. Oh yeah, I do remember seeing him that. Excellent. Okay, let's fade that away because obviously we can't just, encapsulate a life and say, oh yeah, let's pay homage to the man, but all we can do is just remember his work and watch him again and again and repeats. I mean, in a way, he has immortality, doesn't he? The guy seemed cool, yeah. Hollywood, you of all people calling me Jewish. You are amazing, I'm going to have to ban you. I'm just going to mute you. Yeah. Not many people realize that I would never take money from AIPAC, unlike Donald Trump, who's now purposely leaving the American people without a final debate. He's canceled a debate with Kasich, and he's basically going out there to visit the Jewish Zionist at AIPAC. He was 66 years old. Larry was 66 years old, yeah. I didn't ban you, Holly. I didn't ban Hollywood either. Yeah, I just purged that person, or muted them. Okay, the government has a zombie apocalypse plan, and it's just been declassified. Thank you so much. I was wondering why they were working on those Ebola, rabies vaccinations. They wanted to implant this dangerous apocalypse zombie in our bodies and then force us into receiving forced vaccinations. I don't want that. Ooh, I have to add to my list. Ending forced vaccinations. Hang on. See how many things I'm against that everybody else seems to want? I don't want end forced vaccinations. There's this endless list that we have now of reasons to vote for me. I would never join a Masonic lodge, Leroy. I in no way will ever participate in any secret societies. Can you see how that would compromise my ability to lead the country? If in fact I did that? Do you have any idea how devastating it would be to a lot of my supporters if I were to join the Mason Lodge? I'm not related to you, John Wayne Gacy. No. In fact, you died. Here's another good one. No, George Washington never said he was a Mason. He's on record never saying he was a Mason. Oh, there you go. Freedom Friday. That's a good one. Freedom Friday. Check it out. Look at that. He died of AIDS, yeah. Full blown. Yeah, let's do it. Let's grab it. I'm going to go put it in my little list of things and save them as a backdrop. Nice VW, yeah. I lived in a VW van in Venice, California in the late 70s, early 80s. It's pretty amazing. I wanted to feel what it's like to be poor. I grew up in a middle-class family. And because I was having problems with my family at the time, I decided to just go out on my own and see what it's like to live on your own. And I managed to buy a VW van. And it was a 1971 VW van. And it was trashed when I got it. Rusted because it came from New York. And I remember getting it and saying, oh man, I got to do some rust work. And it turns out it was Bodywork Central. By the time I was done with it, it had been through all kinds of experiences. I even loaned it out to a friend of mine who crashed it like 4 times into walls. And I got it back and I put it all back together and made it the ultimate perfect canvas for a young woman who I sold it to, who wanted to make it into a hippie love van. Isn't that great? By the time I finished with the van, it was all white. I painted it all white. And I gave her a blank slate. She just could do whatever she wanted with it. I put a brand new engine in it. And that was really tricked out, too. I put a Jensen stereo system, Jensen separate system with a full bed, foam rubber mattress, all new paneling interior. I mean, I really customized the interior of it. And I managed to, get my money back for the van. I think it cost me $2,000 originally. And, yeah, here it is. The VW van picture. So, yeah, I was living down by the river in my VW van, but it was the ocean, Venice Beach. I nearly got mugged a couple times. Sleeping in a van at night is not exactly safe. I can remember one time a couple of speed freaks or angel dust heads came by and tried to rip open my right side door while I was inside of it. Luckily, the door was locked and I took off. But yeah, they nearly tried to mug me there at the beach one time. It's not safe living in your VW van down by the river eating government cheese. I didn't get government cheese. I bought government cheese. It was for sale at markets in the 1970s and 80s. You could buy a block of government cheese for $5, like a 10-pound block. It's an ocean, all right. Yeah, this embodies total freedom. No, I never really was a friend of the Manson family. I did have a very weird encounter with some Manson memorabilia. There was a theater in Hollywood, California called the Merrick Theater. It was created by a guy named Lawrence Merrick, who did all the press work for the Manson family. And I was visiting a friend of mine who was doing the stage managing at the Merrick Theater when he said, check this out. And he opened up the back room. And there was, Lawrence Merrick's office was still intact, even though Lawrence Merrick had been dead for many years. He said, check this out. There was about over 100 different press releases for the Manson family. Yeah. Weird, really weird stuff. All right, so then there was a fire at the theater a few weeks later. It's kind of weird. I guess all of that burned up. Yeah, well, Venice Beach was pretty nice back in the day. You could meet speed freaks and cokeheads and people smoking doobies, you know, having good times without having to deal with, you know, the incredibly screwed up new population of illegals that have come into our nation, and it's definitely affected cities like Venice. Yeah, there's more illegals than ever before in California, and Los Angeles is teeming with illegal activity. World's eco-friendly country, Bhutan, celebrates the birth of new prince by planting 108,000 trees. Let's just hang out and sing Kumbaya, my lord, Kumbaya. Thanks, Jacket Pockets, for keeping me, you know, abreast of Mark's. Mark can only let 100 in at a time. Many of you are waiting outside to get in. You're watching our show on our YouTube show or on our regular show at AmericasThirdParty.com, so it's not that difficult. Yeah, my thoughts on Heaven's Gate, Leroy, it is tangential, but I believe that Heaven's Gate, I believe that they were killed. I don't believe that that was a mass suiciding in Newport Beach. I believe 47 people died, including the leader of the Heaven's Gate movement. The strange thing about Heaven's Gate that it's so disturbing is they went from being a whack job group to dying within a couple weeks. It's almost like they were engineered to die. And that's a serious problem when people are put out there and end up dying. Heaven's Gate were probably working on, they were all website designers. They were working on 128-bit encryption at the time. I'm very suspicious that maybe they were taken out. They just all didn't kill themselves. I don't know, the whole thing seems suspicious to me. Kind of like, here's Sarah coming in the door. No, that's okay. But they were website designers that were doing merchant transactions. I mean, these people were high-end designers and programmers back in the day in the early parts of the internet. I don't know. Their death coincides with the creation of 128-bit encryption. So I don't know if there was foul play involved or not. I'm suspicious. Okay. A city had to stop arresting actual criminals because they filled up a jail with non-violent offenders. Okay, this is coming out of freethoughtproject.com. All you need is love, do 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 do. All you need is love, love, love is all you need. Okay, city had to stop arresting actual criminals. Greene County, Missouri. The epidemic of mass incarceration is coming back to bite authorities in one American city. Greene County Jail is completely filled. Springfield population of 165,000 is unable to arrest more than 12,000 people accused of crimes such as traffic infractions and misdemeanor assaults. This is why we need to get rid of the police state, folks. It's creating an unnecessary for-profit prison business. It's maxed out on minor traffic violations. You've got cops out there in the streets that are fleecing people for their money by hitting you with a traffic ticket for going 5 miles per hour over the speed limit. I mean, they literally have stuck us in a little box, and we're being trained to be good little citizens. And now they've got this police state on top of it to make us all live in fear. You see why we need a third party? You see we need a president that's going to put the fear of prosecution in the police department. Yeah. These people should be prosecuted, the ones engaged in brutal crimes. Rappin' Ronnie Reagan. I remember this video. Came out a few years ago. Go hip hop.
Reagan campaign message to minority voters, take 37. Count it off, Mr. President. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Now let me hear a little bass now, Nancy. So good. So fine. You're cooking now, Father.
Well, you go hip hop to hippity hippity hip hip to hop. You don't stop rocking till the band starts playing, singing up chuck the boogie to the band of the boogie to be. We go he-bop, roo-bop, Scooby-Doo. Nancy, could I have a couple more jelly beans? America, I love you. Thank you. All right, so let's just end this conversation about Ronnie and the whole... Yeah, let's move on. Scuffs, what's going on? You're getting a rap of being Hitler incarnate in here. And Concordia, you ask me this all the time about tacos de conchineta barbil con chipotle, cilantro y salsa verde. I mean, you're making me hungry, Concordia. A plane with 55 passengers on board crashes in southern Russia 34 minutes ago. Sarah's here. Hello. How's it going?
Hello.
You have a nice night?
Yeah, it was okay.
Good. Good. Well, we're here at the beach.
Here.
Overlooking the Trinidad coastline in my VW van.
That would be cool.
Isn't that cool?
Hello, Holly B. Mole sauce on tacos. Okay.
It looks very tasty. The largest U.S. refinery now belongs to Saudi Arabia. Wow. We're losing every business we have in this country. No wonder people want to, think that a rich guy is going to make our country great again, when all they do is make money on and exploit people like the Saudi Arabians do. We could easily get complete control over the oil industry by getting the Department of Energy to authorize oil as a resource as opposed to a commodity. Right now it's seen as a commodity. If we just see oil as a resource, we could definitely have oversight over these kinds of transactions. I would never allow the largest U.S. refinery to belong to Saudi Arabia. This is how Obama is selling our nation down the river, essentially. Royal Dutch Shell and Saudi Aramco appear to be getting a divorce, breaking up their joint venture in U.S.-based refining interests. This could lead to a Saudi Arabian-owned refinery in the U.S. Wow. Well, I guess Royal Dutch Shell wasn't U.S.-owned anyway, so what's the difference? Wow. It's weird to see our whole country evaporate right before our eyes. Mm-hmm. And we're not able to do a damn thing. That's why we have this campaign to build this party.
Mm-hmm. We're trying. Hi, Amber. Oh, you were nappy, weren't you?
Getting a third party is the only way to get accountability from these two parties. They're never going to give you any accountability. There's our kitty cat. Look at her. Isn't she cute? There she is.
Trying to get out of my lap. My arms.
She still resists being carried, I know. Okay, so Freedom Friday and at a third party, where that's what we're doing. Put the wall building electric fence on the crawl with the others. Okay, yep, let's do that. Build a electric fence. Yep, thank you.
Okay, let me
She's
write
done.
it down.
Yeah.
Are you done? Are you done? Okay, bye, kitty.
Okay.
Thanks, monkey time.
Cats don't like to be picked up. I've met cats that like to be picked up. Well, honestly, the Pope has a fence around the Vatican, so what are you talking about? I mean, if the Pope says no walls, no fence, then he should start pulling down that wall. In fact, Mr. Pope Francis, tear down that wall around the Vatican.
Yeah, he lives in a fenced city, but he doesn't want anybody else to have a fence. Give me a break.
Mr. Pope Francis, stop saying political issues. Leave that to American politicians. Yeah, we don't really care what the Pope says. My fence idea is so popular, Donald Trump called it his wall. The 1,000-mile fence idea is my idea. The fence idea itself is a Pat Buchanan idea originally. But the 1,000 miles, I actually counted them, how many miles we needed. I took a little protractor and a ruler and a micrometer and a map and calculated that in 2008. I'm going to take a break, let you guys hang out with Sarah at the OK Corral here, and the
Thanks.
Freedom Friday is just enjoyable. Well, let's be clear. Let's be unclear.
Because it's fun to say that you used one. Oh, maybe to measure any angles, just like you could measure the protractor of this angle where the water comes in.
Well, I use a protractor because I like using protractors. They're fun. Protractors are the best thing in math, in my opinion. My vectors are all solid.
There you go.
Well, Sarah gets to talk about the news. I'm going to give her
Okay.
a daily dose.
The angle of the ocean. See the white spray coming
The
in?
angle of the dangle is directly connected to the heat of the meat. That was my dad's favorite saying. We never did understand what it meant.
You didn't understand what it meant, but every girl in his class sure did.
He never said that in class, only to us privately. You may belong to the Nephilim. Oh, negative, really? The Nephilim. I didn't know I was a part of a group of aliens. This is news to me. Rhesus negative blood. You may belong to the Nephilim group of rhesus monkeys. A parallel race to U.S. humans, or to us humans. Wow, I didn't know there was a parallel
I have to go get
race.
my blood tested and find out what I have.
Yeah, you should. Hey, Boink. Boink's here. Let's bring him up to speed. Sir Waffles, I can't wait for you to bleep, bleep, bleep. Admiral, show Sir Waffles more respect. I'm going to purge you. I heard a 737 just crashed in Russia. 55 souls on board, possibly dead. Do I believe in aliens? I believe that there's life outside of our planet. And Boink is here to show us exactly what that is. But I don't necessarily think there are reptiles or reptilians or Palladians or interdimensional species. I'm just not really... let me just put it to you plainly. There's literally 5.4 billion cell phones with cameras on the planet. We still don't have one single credible picture of an alien. I rest my case. And no one's asking for any cowbells tonight, so we've got a good show.
Good people. It's all good people. It's all good people. All right. Hello, Jacket Pockets. That one I haven't heard before, Planet X, but that makes sense. Mass of the... Yeah, that makes sense. Nothing that I know of. Maybe 5-letter word that starts with an F and ends with an S? No. Thoughts on my cat being bloated? Well, she could be bloated. I don't know. Oh, thanks, Boink. If you say so. I don't think my cat is bloated and overweight. I think that's just how I scrunch her together that she looks that way. But if you say so, whatever. Plane crash in the Sinai. In Sinai, a terrorist attack? Yes, she does do that monkey times. I'd rather her do that than just go wherever. That's what I kind of like about cats is like they kind of actually have a restroom that they go to. Whereas dogs like don't. Anyway. It's not a mood ring. It doesn't change colors. It would be cool if it's clear now. There you go. My amber fell out, so. Now you're gonna make me look this word up. I don't even know what that means. Concorde. I know what. I know what most of those words mean, but I don't know what one of those words mean. Oh. I don't know if I like slow roasted pork. I've never had that. Tacos de cochinita people con chipotle y cilantro. I've never really had that. I like tacos de pescadora. I hope not, boink. I can say that, right? I can say that. Yes, I hope not. Please enable guest chatting for David. No, but I'll enable it for me. How about that? Hello. Yeah, good question, Asset DJ. There you go. You're all happy. My shirt is Matrix transhumanist themed and designed. Are you a robot supporter? I like robots. I can't deny it. I do like robots, in fact. Yes, indeed. Because I believe that there will always be the need for humans to actually program the robots. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm smart enough to program robots, and other people are too. Oh, if you think so, Monkey Times. No, I do not support them replacing humans. Humans will always be necessary. However, the kind of like idea of like having a robot to like keep you company is kind of a cool idea. I have read some of Asimov, yes, not all of it, because I went to this library in another state and there was so many Asimov novels, it would actually take me like forever to read Asimov. There was this really cool book, and I think it was Asimov, but I'm not sure. It was a short story. It was actually about how like this woman wanted to be skinny, and so like something like she was really overweight. She took these diet pills and like a skinny person popped out of her. It was weird. Very weird. That was like one that will always stay with me. I should learn to program PLC. What does PLC stand for? Do you read books? I do read books. Oh, well, I used to read books. I now tend to, yes, I read some books sometimes, but I tend to actually, I'm not a program logic controller programmer yet, but I could be. I'll highlight that and keep that information, Mad Dog. Anyway, now I mostly listen to books on tape whenever I can. I don't know. It was a really weird thing. Well, in my profession, PLC stands for Professional Learning Community. Every profession has its own lingo. So my profession actually stands for Professional Learning Community. In programming language, it stands for, obviously, Program Logic Controller. I did not know that because I'm not a everyday programmer. I don't program every day. I know, it's all about the jargon. Oh, she's so funny. She doesn't know what a PLC is. Do you know what an ELR is? Do you know what CCSS stands for? It's all about the jargon. All right. I know, like this, for instance, it was, yes, Boink, David did tell me that that's why it's kind of crazy that you would continue to do that. Well, I try to convince kids to learn how to program. True. You never see me do this. I know. It does not stand, CCSS in our land is not the same as a cascading style sheet. In teacher land, it stands for Common Core State Standard. Don't worry, you weren't the one that was condescending. At least you told me what that meant when I asked. It was the other person that said she doesn't know what PLC is. Anyway, and like IKR, the only people that know that are people that text and like hang out in chat rooms. If you're like, IKR, dude, you know, in like the middle of nowhere, people are like, what? It all depends on the context. Anyway, I think IT guys are like hot, actually. A little bit. Maybe I think that because I just like their minds. Why do you think that, 469? Do you think it's because the kids can't pass the tests? Well, I would like you to try to take the tests that they expect a fourth grader to do with Common Core. You can do so at smarterbalance.org. And then you can say, well, if the kids are passing this, they might actually be okay. The only question is, are they really passing it? Redundant array of inexpensive disks, huh? Hard drives, things like that. Very cool, very fun, all that's a hoot. Oh. Thoughts on curving grades to... Well, I do have some thoughts on curving grades. Actually, bringing some kids' grades up if they're right on the level, or sometimes bringing kids' grades down to show what they know. I actually don't believe in a ABC system. More and more classes, or more and more schools that are going to Common Core are going more to a 4-3-2-1, which is more, or an OSPN, outstanding, satisfactory, progressing, or needs improvement on each standard, so that they can really assess, are the kids meeting that, mastering that standard. Well, you say your state with Common Core has lost over 1 GPA average in the past 7 years. However, they're the same kids, right? So really, maybe the fact that the kids weren't at grade level before is coming out and showing now. And yes, I can see them losing 1 GPA, 1 full GPA, because right now the issue would be really an A. For an A student in the past was like, oh, almost everybody got an A, whereas really it should be an A is achieving at the next higher grade. And that's not always assessed. I don't know if the actual kids were better before the Common Core. The assessment has definitely gotten more difficult. I will say that. The Common Core tests are definitely more difficult than before, than the other tests. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the students aren't as smart as they were before. It's just that they have a more difficult time doing the more difficult test. A creative and fun mission to save the bees and butterflies. All right, I'll open it up. Well, there was a lot of different people that were involved in creating the Common Core, which you can find out all of that at corestandards.org. Common Core at your place is below your regular average, so all of your students should not be performing 1 GPA below. They should now be performing 1 GPA above. Schools get funding based on grades. That I could see based on test scores, not on grades, because grades are usually determined by the teachers. So if they got funding based on grades, they would be incentivized to boost the grades. So they boost the grades and the kids can't get the necessary help when they need it. So basically it sounds like you need a better baseline assessment tool to help measure what kids can do so that they can get the help that they need. I would urge schools whenever possible to serve non-GMO foods. Well, I think the best thing that you could do for 6-9 is if you're parents, or if you're a parent, I suggest that you work with your child at home as much as possible, specifically having the child read aloud all the time. Every second of every day, be talking to your child and have them read aloud as much as you possibly can. All the time. They should be reading more and more complex texts. Unless it's labeled non-GMO food 820. Yeah, well, the thing is, I would say that it should be all about, if you think that the system is not good, you should be tutoring and helping the kids get to a system that is good so that they can understand things. I mean, I'm a big fan of Saul Khan and the Khan Academy, because then kids can go in and he's purposely not aligned his material with Common Core. He's aligned it with like his math curriculum is what he believes kind of kids should know. And anyway, but the math curriculum that he has is very fantastic. And that's not necessarily aligned with Common Core. It's just, but it is based on the previous things that you learn. And so if you start with early math and master all of that, then go on to what they say, 3rd grade, master all of that, 4th grade, master all of that. Those would be really, really good. So I'm a big fan of Khan Academy. I'll link you all so you can check that out too. Oh, I forgot to put HTTP, so it's not actually a link. And I'm a big fan of people learning on their own. I don't believe schools are the end all be all. I think great teachers do a great job as much as they possibly can. It's not easy leading or teaching 27 individual people in any situation. I would say even, major, massive corporations, it's difficult to get 27 people organized and working toward a common goal, or more than that, but working toward a common goal. Yeah. Yes, it is. Humans have to get a test. So it is one thing I've heard, DT Allura. There's this, I think it's called the Whole 30. It's like 30 days where you basically go to eating like just natural foods. I'm really considering this Whole30 because I've noticed like my afternoons after I eat something, I don't have the same positive attitude as I do in the morning. And anyway, with the Whole30 diet plan, they like you go for 30 days on like this really low sugar, no processed foods, etc. They tell you what you eat, and you take all of those and you do it for 30 days. So it basically cleans your system, and then you slowly introduce one thing at a time to see if you're actually allergic to that thing. And it's kind of subjective. It's up to you to say like, well, oh yeah, I had some sugar and now that's making me feel terrible, etc., etc. I mean, I do tend to think that I don't know exactly what caused me to be more grumpy than others, but I definitely kind of think I might want to change up my diet. But yeah, that's that. I mean, if you want to save money on all those tests to see if you have food allergies, etc.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, Khan Academy. What's really amazing about Khan Academy is they're completely free, and Sal Khan actually created what's amazing. I mean, he sometimes does ask for donations, because he's a nonprofit, but he's had people go up to him and try to convince him to become a paid organization, and it's completely free. The other one that's really cool, if you do have a child that has to do Common Core, or actually any learning at all, is opened.gov. No, sorry, .com. Opened.com. That's also completely free. Thanks, Mad Dog.
Oh, hang on just a second.
Well, can I click this?
You click it, yeah, straight up, click it, and then go to the link.
Trying to. I was just trying to click the link and do open link, copy link. I was doing, but.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I have it set up for the show to play. So this is going to go to the West Texas A&M University, how to become a virtual math lab. Welcome to the West Texas Virtual Math Lab. Okay, let's take a look. We were looking at how to break open a padlock with 2 wrenches.
Sorry.
Well, I have pity on Trudeau because he's a socialist. I mean, if they haven't recognized the need for a centrist in Canada, I'm sorry. You guys who are moving to the left politically, oh, cool. He broke it open with the 2 wrenches going in opposite directions. Good to know if you have a padlock stuck in one place. Yeah, those are healthy tips to break into houses and things. I don't know if that's it's a dangerous bit of information that we may not want to share with people. You can search it out on your own, I mean, of course, but
yes.
Thanks for that info, though.
Yes, Holly B. What's pretty cool about opened.com is they're also free. The only time that you would pay is if you wanted access to some assessments that are aligned with certain curriculum, but they're free and pretty amazing too.
Yeah, I want to go to the site. I haven't been to the site, so I thought I might maybe take a trip over there. Opened.com. I wanted to check it out myself. I haven't even been there. So their free education tools are available to teachers and students and young people.
And anybody that wants to learn. Anybody.
You know, I don't want to shut up Sarah. You know, just because I'm more interesting doesn't mean I want to shut her up. You said, David, shut up Sarah is more interesting. I can't shut up Sarah. She can continue to talk.
So this is opened.com. So cool. Yeah, and there's also a Library of Virtual Manipulatives. If you just Google that, that's through
Library of Virtual Manipulatives. Let's look at that if you don't mind.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
So I have to log in first?
For this one, I think you do log in. You can
we don't want to log in with your...
No, actually, you don't have to log in. You can go to their resource library with a little search button. You can do that completely without logging in at all. Their resource library at opened.com has over 1 million resources. They've all been vetted by educators. Some of them, the links don't always work, but they're pretty cool. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Stop
Khan
interrupting.
Academy is pretty amazing.
Stop interrupting, Sarah. Stop interrupting, Sarah. Stop interrupting, Sarah.
And so you can actually browse by the standard on. You can browse by standard. You can browse by
grade level,
etc. You can also, they have 4 different types of things. So the red is videos that they have. The green is homework lessons that they have. The blue are assessments, or basically tests. And the purple is are little games that they have. And you can, actually they have a pretty cool app. I don't know if I can find the app, but let me just go to opened.com.
We're talking about education tonight on Freedom Friday, folks. If you want to, we have an expert in the field, K through 8 teacher, who is fully versed in what she's talking about. I'm just gonna listen. I enjoy listening, just like you.
So one of the other things they have is mastery chart. So they have this cool thing called Common Core Quest, which you can get on Google Play, or I believe it's also the App Store.
So it's called Common Core Quest?
Common Core Quest, but basically Common Core Quest is just a link to another site that they have, ccquest.opened.com. And with that one, you can log in and then you can learn anything that is related to the Common Core just through quizzes and videos, games, those kinds of things.
Very cool. Well, Sarah and I went to a conference recently that Sarah actually was one of the speakers, and she had a seminar she ran talking about coding and how easy it is for kids to learn how to code. And that's programming for all of you older people who don't know what the word coding is.
Well, and that is through code.org.
I'm working on my, I'm thinking of actually creating a setup where I can actually have like a minority report set up with a complete glass plate in front of me.
So the cool thing is 176 is if you go to Common Core Quest or you go to opened.com, they actually have English language arts in there. So you can do English grammar lessons. And there's also, if you check with your local library, if you're trying to learn English, they have some lessons there too.
Now, Holly B appears to really like what you're saying. She says, I could listen to Sarah all day long. Great educational suggestions. Yeah, for many of you who want to learn.
Well, the thing about Common Core math, the way I see it, is it mainly is about breaking down things into smaller pieces so you can put all of those pieces together. And it's also about understanding the information behind it.
Well, thanks for all the help, Master Meatball. You were there when we were DDoSed 12 times. You've always been there when we've been hacked 6 times. Thanks for being there to help revive our site with all your knowledge. It's really been, instrumental to have a person like you who has never ever
building our website.
No, Holly, I'm not a little passive aggressive at all. I have no signs or symptoms of passive aggressiveness. I'm very in your face. I don't harbor
opposite.
I don't harbor hidden feelings. You're not reading me right, Holly.
Oh, I didn't mean to intend to refuse your help.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Was that when you were trolling us for those 3 years, Master Meatball? He doesn't think I have a memory. I remember him in our show trolling us for at least 3 years.
On Common Core Quest to sign up, you need a class code. I can give you a class code, just a sec.
Sarah is running for vice president, so you have to rephrase that and say Sarah for vice president 2016.
I'll create a new class code, so just a sec.
We don't need to create a class code for people.
Well,
right now.
I can create a class. Actually, if you just sign up, you can sign up there.
Wait a second. I've got a major problem in the room. How did third party get so small?
You dragged your cursor.
I must have accidentally dragged that cursor down. Drag that cursor down, man. Drag that cursor down. That it.
It says optional class code.
Okay. You can have a class code. You can get in there. Code.org is amazing. It offers a tremendous amount of information. Code.org/learn.
You don't need a class code. You can just leave it blank. And I often use just Google to sign up.
Sarah doesn't work for the government per se. She works for a state education system. She's a state teacher. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and remove 845 from the show because obviously they don't realize this is my show and you're coming in to fill in. But
Okay,
that's
sir.
okay.
Yeah, I've heard edX is good too. Thanks.
Wow.
And also W3 Schools is very cool.
Where have all the conservatives gone in this chat room? Mad Dog, you're holding the line
this
here.
This is David's show. I'm just here to...
No, there's a lot of people who are extremely liberal here who endorse the Common Core, and a lot of people are upset that the Common Core has affected their personal lives. You know, I personally don't like the federal government stepping in and telling people in the states how to run an education plan, but I do like the fact that there's a uniformity. The one thing I like about Common Core is uniformity in all the teaching practices. I know many of the ELERs that you studied as a young teacher have been applied, and they have been turned into a daily ritual for you teachers to try to, improve the kids' knowledge and their test scores. So, what's the most frustrating thing about being a teacher right now in this day and age?
Well, the difficulty of the tests.
The
complexity of some of the standards. Only because, they are sometimes complex, so we have to understand them in order to teach them.
Right. Well, would it be better if you had more teachers?
Yes, that would be a lot.
Would that be
better.
a big thing? More teachers. So, guess what, folks? Our campaign for more teachers is front forward. And what about less testing? Just basic assessments of the kids' progress, like short form testing. Whereas you spend 2 weeks testing.
Yeah, we spend 5 days.
Well, 2 separate weeks of 5 days processing them.
Well, it's actually, and you need to go in there.
I know, I'm writing code right now.
Okay.
The semicolon is used as an expression in PHP. Isn't that correct, Beatlos?
Not everyone gets a gold star. No.
So this is our concept. More teachers, less testing. Pretty good, huh?
Oh, I've got to do that one. Best buddies. Thanks for that information. I wanted to do something like that. All right. Best buddies builds empathy and...
So your ex is a special ed teacher and is funded by federal government money. Is she in a voucher school or one of these? There's a lot of schools that are being privately run now to profit from the government. The education bubble is about to burst, by the way. People are not paying back their FAFSA loans. There's a 13 going on a 15% default rate now in the current economy, with $1.1 trillion in defaulted loans. Could be a bad thing for the economy. A lot of you get a full education and don't pay for it. The FBI is watching everybody, so is the NSA now. They're more interested in looking at your emails and your texting in a room than they are actually guarding the country. I called up the FAA and they told me that not one of the small airports in the country have video surveillance systems. Now, number one, why would they tell me that? Because it's a security breach telling anybody that.
Yeah.
And number two, why would they not have surveillance systems in every single airport in the country? So they're more concerned about going after your email and your chat discussion, calling innocent citizens like us names, and
Start
basically
teaching kids in kindergarten how to do computer programming with code.org.
Yeah, there you go, code.org. Start with kids in kindergarten.
With Lightbot.
Lightbot. That's a really cool thing. You got some great tools.
If you're the one that told me about W3 Schools, you're awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we've been doing W3 Schools ever since you started coding back in 1998.
Yeah.
I mean, I started reaching out to HTML at W3 schools when I first learned.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I first learned HTML in W3 schools. It's been around a long time. How much do you charge per hour to tutor? Well, Sarah,
it all depends on the area. I've heard that in Annapolis, Maryland, some people get paid as much as like
$90 an hour,
$150 an hour to tutor.
$150 an hour.
There's some private schools over there that if their kids are not in the 90th percentile, that they have to have a tutor.
Right.
And they have to pay for that on top of having in addition to having the tuition for the private school.
That is unreal.
But here in this area, $25 maybe.
Maybe $25 an hour. You know, there is a Sylvan school. They charge $90 an hour for the Sylvan school in our area. And people who are desperate and their kids are not performing and they're so intent upon getting those kids to perform, we'll put the money into that. But $25 an hour is affordable. You know, that should be a base salary for most people in America, I think. But it's not the case. But I certainly am looking forward to $10 minimum wage. And somebody said earlier that they actually think I don't support a minimum wage increase, and I do. I want a $10 per hour minimum wage. I've always wanted that. I felt that the Obama trying was a diversion, though. I mean, I would certainly put the request out there, but I wouldn't dwell on it. We need to get something going to generate business. And, you know, the partnership between education and business is really needed. We need to strengthen that. Business is going to offer jobs, so they should be involved in the testing and in the certification program in my 6-week, 6-month plan.
Well, that's what some people don't like about Common Core, that it was actually the people that created the Common Core, some of that was business people.
No, I'm not talking about profiting from the education system.
No, I'm not talking about profiting.
I'm talking about people training people.
I'm not talking about that either. I'm talking about what do people actually need to know when they graduate from high school? And in order to actually be effective in the marketplace and at a job, they started with that, and that's why it pushes all of it down to kindergarten now.
Right.
Kindergartners should go into school knowing all their colors, knowing the alphabet, knowing how to write their name, knowing how to count up to 30, and knowing some basic addition facts.
Corporate jobs require you to know your alphabet. I know.
No, I'm talking about that. Then it goes up. By 4th grade, they have to know fractions and decimals. By 7th grade, they have to know algebra. If you're not in algebra by 7th grade, you're not going to be able to achieve what they expect you to know when you graduate high school. And that fact is why the Common Core standards came about, because there were kids going to college and they would have a high school diploma, but then they got to college and they're like, you need remedial English classes. You need remedial math classes because you do not know what you're doing. And so they said, well, what are college kids supposed to be doing? What are college kids supposed to be doing for these subjects? And then they said, well, this is what we need for high school graduates.
You know, life skills, I'm not referring to rudimentary skills like, going to the bathroom, but life skills in high school would include probably balancing your checking book, knowing how to do change at a register. I mean, these are simple things you need to get a job. Doing change at a register is a bare minimum. And many people, you'd be surprised, are working in businesses and can't make change in their head.
Right.
So that's a serious disconnect. Our jobs are not going to be that difficult with the advent of modern automation and technology. In fact, life is getting a little easier in some ways, especially workers who just have to scan items. They don't no longer have to punch in the name so there's a lot of things that are easier now. So we have to just make it easy and functional. for the average
actually
person.
Did some of that today.
What? Oh, you were at the
I helped a little
at the fast food thing?
No, I helped with a little event where they were doing like a little thing, and it cost so much to get in the door, and I was like, so how much is it going to cost for all these people? Do a multiplication.
Yeah.
Okay, is this enough money that the person's handing me? And
yeah.
It's like, okay, so how much money do I give them in change?
And
it's like, you got to know these facts.
They're important in order to keep your job too. So when people are looking at telling their kids what to do in education, you really have to tell them that you have a choice in life. You can be at fast food jobs all your life and never get ahead at all. You can take on a trade and work independently and maybe make $40 an hour, maybe, if you're a mechanic, for instance.
I will tell you, Common Core is all about teaching visual models in school. I teach fractions and I draw the picture. I teach equivalent fractions and I draw the picture. It's all about visual models. Now, I actually think that's what makes Common Core better, is because it goes back to drawing the picture. Because so often kids, at least in my era, I was given a multiplication chart and said, memorize it, know it. But really, a multiplication chart is really just a shortcut for an array. I mean, I'll show you right now. When you actually think of 2 times 3 in a multiplication chart, it's just a shortcut for an array. So here's 2 times 3. And you put 6 in your multiplication chart, and you put 2 over here and 3 up here. But it's shortcut for, there are 6 items.
Yes.
There's 6 square units in that. That's what a multiplication chart is.
Yeah.
Grab out your multiplication chart that you're like, I had to memorize these facts, and draw it out and say like, oh, so that's just a shortcut?
A shortcut.
So this is
you can even count the blocks.
5 times 4? Oh, this is just a shortcut? If I wanted to actually count those blocks, I'll end up at 20.
Amazing, isn't it?
Blocks?
Yeah, shortcut with 20 blocks.
That's how I teach.
And you have to teach this way now. Kids are learning different ways, folks, in the Common Core system, because obviously they're looking for new pathways to teach the subject matter. And for teachers and parents and students to have a good partnership, Common Core kind of stands in the way and goes, mom didn't learn it this way, but kids are learning it this way. So.
Shortcut, equivalent fractions. 3/4 is equivalent to 5 15/20. Why? Well, you take 3/4, you multiply the top by 5, the bottom by 5, you end up with 15/20.
Okay, Holly.
Or call her in.
Holly, I'm going to ask you to kindly shut your stinking mouth in this chat room, or I will ban you.
You're coloring in 3 rows out of 4 rows.
You're on waivers right now, Holly. You'll be banned permanently from the show. I'm not kidding either. If you don't show respect for both of us in this show, I want you out of here. Bye. You know, so many people are overly sensitive to conversation, and I didn't grow up in a world where people were lightweights. I grew up in a world where people were vipers, and verbally offensive was the name of the game. You know, in my world, people like Donald Trump, we eat people like that for lunch, but not physically. I'm not cannibalistic. In my world, we basically rip into people with verbal insults if necessary to cut them down to size. I've never insulted Sarah verbally, ever, in my entire life. And to be accused of that in the show is absolutely ridiculous. This anger is real because there's no way. You cannot see this? Accusing me of being rude when Sarah's simply talking. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, I can teach algebra in visual form. Algebra is all about visuals. That's what it goes back to.
Dave, will you support the U.S. invading Canada to become our 51st state? You insult my intelligence by asking me that question. Now you're saying you're insulting us viewers. That's so funny. I've never been rude to Sarah, ever. But being accused of that by Holly B, I just got rid of Holly B. We don't need to, have people come in here and disrespect what I'm saying or doing. But no, this is about education and your freedom to get indoctrinated at a young age, to be forced into the public school system. Now, a lot of parents are not in favor of the public school systems. They want to homeschool their kids. So what I'm proposing...
Good night, Master Meatball.
Take care, Master Meatball. Good luck. Yeah, well, we'll get your respect when we get your help, Master Meatball. But when we sit there and watch our country forget that we literally are being brainwashed as children, and when we sit there and just go, oh, okay, well, we're now forcing the teachers to pay the price if the kids don't do well, which is a byproduct of the federal Common Core plan, which originated in New York when Bill Gates funded the New York school system to the tune of $172 million. They then thought they ruled the country. So now this oppressive Common Core plan is actually a federal mandate that the states are having to respond to. And some teachers are saying, hey, we can't possibly be responsible for the test scores of our students. Now, I like the teaching principles here that Sarah's demonstrating. I love the fact that we're using visual aids. But there's problems with the Common Core system that just don't jive with the American people. And I'm appealing to you, the voter, right now, not some mindless gerbil who was raised in the public school system and is supposed to nod their head and answer everything on cue. I'm talking to the creative element within your mind and saying, do you want your kids to be turned into cookie-cutter kids, or do you want them to flourish in their own way? So I see a different plan with more teachers and less testing. I really do. And that's why this has morphed into something quite different, for our country. We have a lot less teachers and a lot more testing right now.
Yes, I do know the z-axis. It's hard to draw on two-dimensional paper like that, but yes. Yeah, when you have visual aids, it's just obvious. That's why it's so important to teach with visual aids. Draw a picture. Math is just a way to explain the world around us, just like language is just a way to explain the world around us. Math is one of the languages that we have. It explains it a little bit in a little bit easier way.
Now let me ask you, JPF,
I have no idea.
We don't know anyone's IQ here. By the way, JPF, what's the issue here? You're saying that homeschooling should require standardized testing on the same schedule as public schools? Frankly, there's too much testing in our school system. So if we reduce two tests, like basically a preliminary entrance test for all students who, except for kindergarten, because this is ridiculous what they're putting kindergarten kids through right now. But less testing up front, and maybe every 6 months updates test on the core requirements or the basic ELERs of the education offered. I think that we're going to have to offer a federal GED plan, a robust GED plan that the states can adopt or not adopt. And if a parent in a state says, hey, I'm going to homeschool my kids because I'm not going to force vaccinate, they should be able to go to the federal government and say, yeah, we'll get you on a track to get your student graduated as early as 15 with a GED, and you can go on to college. So yes, we will have a federal opportunity for homeschooling, but we're not going to force, our plan is not to force the ethos of a bunch of uptight academic administrators onto the American families.
I don't know what that is.
What ethos means?
Oh yes, like emotion?
Ethos would be the ethical mindset of a bunch of overly test-oriented, uptight administrators who want to charge tons of money for their job and then make less teachers for the American people to be educated with. A lot of the money that's currently in our system is being sucked into this sector of the administrators who simply are getting huge raises. left and right. You'd be surprised how much money rape is going on in our country's education system.
They need everything.
So Red Skelton was great. He one of the most funny guys ever in the history of humor. His work is preeminent. Anyway, the money rape, yeah. Education, you know how much each student in Washington State gets paid by the state, by the property taxes of this state per year? I do. I did the math. Anywhere from $10,000 to $12,000 per student for their education. Yet parochial schools can pay charge as low as $3,500 for a student's education. So public school has a higher bar to meet, but a lot of that money is going right into the hands of administrators. That's my point. And I don't really think that we should just sit back and watch this money rape of the American taxpayer. I'd rather put the money directly into the teachers. I really would.
Yeah, I think that having, especially when they get in high school.
Sorry. Red Skeleton, everybody. Red Skeleton.
Goodbye. I am fading.
Oh, then I shall give you one last kiss.
Oh. How is that?
You and them lousy teeth.
This is what our family used to watch in the old days. Red Skelton on TV. This is a time before your time. A lot of you guys, Sarah's 18 years younger than me, but many of you didn't grow up with a television set with funny Red Skelton playing on nightly shows. Yeah, that was one of the greatest comedians, visual comedians on earth. He was a gag comedian. He was hilarious. People could not stop laughing at this guy. Hey, Susan Ferris, hang on just a second. Wait a second. I gotta eliminate this. No, we're good. You don't have to clear chat. We're good. Black and white TV. Yeah, you have no idea. I'm an American non-Jewish person. I was raised as a Catholic and gave up my religion at 11 years old. And thank you so much for this extra time to talk about education. Well, Red Skelton was also a great painter, like George W. Bush.
All right.
Have you seen George W. Bush's paint by numbers doggies? They're beautiful. I'm here for another half hour, guys. I'm going to give you an extended show. But thank you very much. If you have any other points on education, I'm open. But
No.
I really want to make sure we have more teachers and less testing. No, you're good. I can't stand people thinking I'm interrupting you when I'm just simply talking in my own show.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
You didn't interrupt me at all. This Holly B was a real problem. I had to ban her. Here in Minnesota, homeschooling is very popular as compared to the national standard. However, the main gripe of homeschooling parents is that their children are excluded from participating in sports. It's a big grip. If it was a gripe, it would be spelled with an E. Yeah. The main gripe of homeschooling parents. These kids need to have access to middle and high school sports and activities. You know, JPF, thank you. Let me introduce my new plan to create minor leagues in baseball, basketball, and football. Now, we already have them in baseball, but we need more of that in the youth groups in America so that, you know, in cities where people are really good at basketball or good at football, there's not enough collegiate NCAA moves to the pros, so why not offer a minor league offering gameplay for a low-cost seating for local people? I mean, this is a viral idea that could help boost our economy quite a bit. And it'll help young people who don't quite have the talents to make the pros work their way up through the ranks of the minor leagues to get to the pros. So that would be included all the way down into the Pop Warner and the Little League Baseball era as well, that group. Okay, whatever. Okay, eBay, got something on sale. Your generation is basically going to watch a lot of Netflix and chill. David Nation. I can't get over somebody asking me, what's my generation going to do, man?
Solve all the world's problems, starting with you. It's up to you what you are going to do.
It is.
And up to each individual of your generation to decide what they are going to do. Good night.
Good night. Thank you so much. Awesome. You know, I really appreciate the fact that Sarah can do the show on a daily basis for about 40 minutes. In this case, an hour. She was in the show for almost an hour. No, I'm in my late. I'm 55 years old. So Sarah's 38. So we're both separated in age. Well, I reached my retirement years at the age of 50. I decided to retire. That's not true. In the 1940s and 50s, gonorrhea and syphilis existed. There were a lot of people suffering from STDs, what are now called STIs. No, Obama doesn't know anything. He's just a puppet. You haven't figured that out yet? Well, I'd gladly talk about Obama for another half hour, but he's kind of like old news. Many of you who voted for him thought he was speaking from his heart, when in fact, he wasn't speaking from anything but a teleprompter. And other people wrote his speeches. I do an interactive live stream encounter with the American people nightly without a teleprompter. I've never read off a teleprompter once in my life. You know, I liked a woman who was stable, and she's a very wonderful, stable person in my life. I really am blessed. I don't want a topsy-turvy, yo-yo relationship with someone. I've been on roller coaster relationships before, and they're no fun. And I believe that, you know, long term, that if you find someone you feel comfortable sleeping next to, you've got the right choice. It comes down to that. It really does. And I knew that immediately when I laid down for a nap one day with Sarah. Yeah, in the early 40s, people didn't have time to wonder what there was to do. They were too busy fighting a war to protect your freedom, which you don't even know you're losing right now. Well, Sarah is a wonderful person to cultivate a relationship with, and I can tell you that I've been very blessed to have her in my life up to this point, but what I don't like is pushy females like Holly B. And Sarah's not that way. But you could tell she was trying to minimalize my presence in the show earlier and then negate me and demoralize me. Holly B probably has penis envy. It's not uncommon for women to dislike men who exercise a little bit of authority at times. It's quite common. But not all women suffer from penis envy. Some men suffer from vagina envy. Yeah, I know, Hawaiian Steel. I know. We're really up against the wall here with the two parties controlling the media. Well, that's where you guys come in. You can promote us online, talking about America's Third Party, in forums and blogs. Just leave that link, America's Third Party, and spell out .com. That helps quite a bit. Red Skeleton was hilarious.
Spectacular beyond your most fantastic dreams. It is entertainment unequaled in the history of motion pictures, bringing to this theater the greatest assemblage of celebrated talent ever to appear in one show on stage or screen.
And you're going, whoop-de-doo. You have the same van, really? It's cool. Tell your grandpa hello for me. Well, that's not unusual. You said you were going to stop drinking. Abnormal. Yeah. We've got a person who wants time travel technology to be admitting how time travel affects the presidency. Establishing a truth process in government, yeah. reforming the CIA via open source intelligence. Good luck with that. Yeah, we'd love to hear more about that. We go back in time to this wonderful scene with Fred Astaire.
Beautiful lady, here's to those wonderful girls.
Lucille Ball, yeah. Well, this is a time when America was really, very innocent. And I was very thankful to have grown up in that time. I'm much older than a lot of you, and I feel like I was blessed to have experienced the 40s and 50s and 60s. And even the 1900s, too. Right after the Civil War, it got a little bit crazy there for a while. But, as we transition to the 21st century right now with Obama at our helm, we are really aimless and rudderless as a society and as a nation. It's really pathetic. And this sappy political correctness that the Marxist Democrats are pushing on the American people is literally stripping away our American identity, turning us into whitewashed, generic jokes in the world at large. I mean, we're losing our culture. They're stealing it from us. And the Marxists that are pushing this policy are absolutely, without precedent, treasonous. There's no mention of political correctness in this wonderful document we have called the Constitution of the United States. There's no amendment to propose political correctness. And the Democrats have been trying to push this agenda of gun control, which has been a distraction and a diversion, which, by the way, will impact your freedom in a big way, simply because gun control is designed to eliminate your ability to fight back anybody. Common home invasions, a tyrannical government. Gun control has been the distraction of Barack Obama and Clinton. And, I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump doesn't push for gun control too. He's wavering on the issue. I've heard him talk about it in different ways. So their agenda, the New World Order agenda, is really what we're up against. Yeah, and you're watching the golden era of interactive internet television. I'm one of the earliest broadcasters, and I've been around for 8 years now doing a show on a nightly basis. No other person in the country's done this. No one has gotten close to the transparency that I do every night on this show. I have a delay here on the network because basically Vaughn is being censored. Okay, here we go. How to make a rope from a plastic bottle. Thanks. I've been wanting to find this out ever since I saw it, the click in the room earlier. I am a strong white man. Okay. Thanks for sharing. How to make a rope from the plastic bottle. And I can't play the music because if I play the music, they'll monetize it. Well, that's your problem, Catstill. You're part of the ancient era of people that don't care about the internet. I know people that are actually, thank you. I know people that are actually, to this day, unaware of how to get on the internet, check email. I meet them all the time. Okay. Well, Catstill, man evolved without the internet, but there's no way they're going to evolve without the internet anymore. I mean, the cat's out of the bag. No pun intended. Oh, look at that. So he created a little knife there to cut through the bottom and create a string. He's going to weave it together. See, this is so ingenious. Well, no, ironically, man is not evolving faster than the internet. Or he is, yeah. Man is evolving faster with the internet. That's true. But ironically, the powers that be, the elitists that created our world through monetary gain and depletion of our resources, and are really to blame for the pollution that we now experience. Those elitists now want to limit the population. You realize how incredibly suspicious that sounds? Maybe you can't step away from the forest to see the trees, but I have, and I can tell you the elitists literally want to dispose of the population, get rid of it. And that's a very serious problem with the two-party system. So we have a venue in politics to actually somehow separate from the almighty dollar and change from the robotic world that we're living in, where everything is controlled. I mean, we're basically living inside of our head, unable to express ourselves as real human beings. We're being dumbed down by unbelievable attacks of air pollution. And you would not believe the chemtrails that I've been seeing in my own area, and many of you have witnessed them as well. They're designed to create weather modification, which gives powerful people like the Rockefellers and Rothschilds more money. The whole system is rigged to create more money in their hands. They want to buy into the water rights in California now. So the Rockefellers and Rockefellers and Rothschilds have actually, which is bizarre, have actually purchased the Sonoma County water rights in an area which is running out of water. You see why they're doing this? Makes very strong rope. Yeah, thanks, Earth Sky. And thank you, Scissor Fight, for bringing that into the room. I like chicken salad sandwiches. Yes, I do. I'm a person that likes to cook chicken. I like the smell of chicken cooking. I made some chicken thighs last night, and Sarah, you have one if you want. Sarah? Oh, she's in the other room. Yeah, Sarah can have one of the... I made her a chicken thigh and a... You're high? Really? Well, this should wake you up. The blinders are coming off. You're realizing that you've been brainwashed. You know, for me, the public school system is a kind of a tough subject to walk in on, because I feel betrayed by the public school system. Completely. I feel like I've done my best, and I was treated with total prejudice, absolute prejudice by affirmative action. And the glasses came off for me when I was rejected by four major universities, excuse me. Harvard, Princeton, Yale, and Stanford all rejected me. It's a pretty screwed up thing to have that happen. So having worked really hard to get accepted into a major college that I respected, I was very put off by the behavior of that affirmative action. So I will do everything to end affirmative action as well. Anything I can as president. There's only limited things I can do to end affirmative action. It's a court decision that has to be rendered. Ironically, Justice Scalia was doing just that about 2 weeks before he ended up getting murdered. And you're saying, well, what do you mean Justice Scalia was murdered? Yeah. I believe he was. Because of the cover-up. The cover-up alone indicates that there was murder. So that would look normal if there was a sky like that, but it's really more like that. It's more like a scatter of chemtrails in the sky. That's what the skies are now. These skies above us. Scalia was old news, but it's going to be new news when they open up an investigation into a cover-up. I'm not going to let that one go. No way. As president, I will investigate that for sure. Oh yeah, I mean, you're talking about a group of 36, 37 people gathering together on a hunting mission, which he may or may not have been involved in. And then only one witness, which has never been interviewed by an investigator, that he was seen at a restaurant the night before when he was on a hunting mission, and then the next morning he comes up laying in state with his arms at his side and the entire everything in all his bed linen unruffled and a pillowcase over his head, and they didn't have an autopsy done on him. It reeks of cover-up. Yeah, so my hair is in the chemtrails. No, I disagree. I'll open it. There's lack of interest because people are brain dead. That doesn't mean I'm not going to investigate. As president, I'm going to be conducting multiple investigations into fraud, into what appears to be absolute fakery by the Obama administration. Almost every false flag event that's happened over the past few years should be investigated. There's never been an independent investigation of any of the events we've known to be very spurious events, like Sandy Hook, Charleston shooting. There's been so many of them that look more and more like a live training event gone live, where there was no real witness and they're all dead. Like, look at the Oregon State or the Umpqua Community College shooting, where everybody died, including the shooter, except for one guy named Mintz, who claimed he was shot 7 times initially and then never showed a single scar, and to this day has made over $1 million on his GoFundMe page. Tell me that isn't a cover-up. What do we have here? Whoa. It's a bomb landing in Russia. Or was this a Boeing crash? This is the Boeing crash of 55 people in the background, folks. This just came in. This is from a surveillance camera or somebody watching. Whoa. Goodness. That is a terrible crash. Doesn't look like there's going to be any survivors. And you wonder why I don't fly. I haven't flown since 9/11. I'm not showing war, I'm showing a crash that just occurred in Russia. Boeing landed 55 souls on board. 737 from Dubai crashes in Russia during a landing. All 62 on board dead. Thank you. I've never used Tanja Roja. I don't know of Afro Man, King of Comedy. Let me take a look. Just because you don't know who Scalia was doesn't mean he wasn't murdered. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. Well, it could have been a burning ember by the time it got to the ground. It looked like it had an engine fire. I'm not in the NTSB, but we should have immediate results within a half an hour based on the Austrian crash that landed in the Alps. They should have the black box out within a half an hour, and they'll explain exactly what happened. I don't think you have any power over whether you live or die when you're in a plane, though. When you're driving a car, you have a little bit more control. How do you know most of the car deaths were caused by ineptitude and incompetence? When jet accidents occur, like MH370 and all those people died, or MH17 and all those people died, and you still don't even know where the black box is? I mean, seriously? None of you are concerned about the black boxes being gone from these events? I mean, I would think a lot of you would be raising questions, were these planes hijacked? Was the auto navigation system overridden using external forces? Maybe you don't ask these questions. But what about the crash of the Austrian airplane? That plane that landed about a year ago in the Austrian Alps was never ever, they never had an audio tape of the pilot being locked out of the cockpit. There is no audio trace of the alleged reading of the black box, which they found within an hour of it crash landing in the Alps. And then they read a transcript claiming that the pilot was locked out and that the co-pilot was mentally ill and being treated. I mean, the whole thing is so sketchy, it's unbelievable. And then there's no actual audio proof that it actually happened. So, I mean, there's false flags everywhere now with this recent acquisition of a guy who many people said he would never have caused the Paris shooting. Now they find him, and everyone that knows these people would attest to them never ever doing anything bad. What about the Tsarnaev brothers? They actually were given, one died, of course, the other one's going to be facing the death penalty in Massachusetts now with a full guilty charge. Joe Carr, he's going to be killed. Even Michael Dukakis, former presidential running mate of Walter Mondale, even Michael Dukakis, excuse me, not Walter Mondale, thank you. So he was actually the nominee for the Democratic ticket. Michael Dukakis went out and spoke in favor of the Tsarnaev brothers, testified in front of a grand jury investigating, saying, he spoke well for these people. They didn't appear to be terrorists. But many of are just sitting around going, oh no, yeah, they're all terrorists, they're all bad. Well, the whole ISIS thing looks fake too. There's a lot of fakery there. There's the green screen events, the ISIS people that are actually the beheadings, the fakery. I mean, it goes on and on. Yeah, there's a lot of weird things going on. ISIS is almost like a made-up event that happened about 2 years ago. The introduction of the caliphate into our public media. The talking points were just directed about an Islamic State. That's all we heard about. They literally want to use every means possible to control our mind and make us think that everything's a fight against terrorism. So we're being manipulated. The people that make money on war, like Dick Cheney, formerly of Halliburton, they're the ones powering up this fear of terrorism. People lose their lives. Men die. Tomorrow is our anti-war rally, and we're fighting this potential war in Syria or Ukraine, and thankfully Putin pulled out. And they're so confident Assad can kick any rebels' butts that they don't worry anymore. It was a colossal failure for Barack Obama to push for a war in Syria. But it's all because people like Dick Cheney and Halliburton, they want to make money. Oh, and Trump is pretending ISIS is real. Trump may not even know. Trump looks to me like a guy who doesn't have any critical thinking ability. He's kind of a off-the-cuff, jump-to-conclusions kind of guy. ISIS is funded by the United States government. And the traces go back to the training camps in Jordan, where the ISIS people were trained. Oh, yeah. There's even evidence that these people were, in these videos we've seen, these propaganda videos some of you have watched, many of you just don't blow them off and say whatever. But there's evidence that they've actually created these videos using U.S. troops and U.S. Army tents in the videos. Let me pull up a video I have from my library over here. I have a video to show you of U.S. tents. It's pretty bizarre. In the actual ISIS photographs. Who's David Admiral? Cowabungal. David Admiral? I will look that up. Yeah, so let's take a look here. We've got you can't make this stuff up. Look at the tents in this ISIS terrorism fear video. Check this out.
Recruits crawl through simulated barbed wire with trainers firing at them. They line up to have their torsos kicked. The last man gets the honor.
So I came across this video published by CNN, whose original link will be available in the info section, purportedly showing a training of ISIS soldiers somewhere in Iraq, Syria or whatever, where we can see several tents of the US Army behind the instructors. Now government-paid shills will say that equipment was stolen from US-backed Syrian rebels, altogether with weapons and vehicles supplied by the US government. But the problem with this explanation is that the US government is still supplying these rebels, knowing that their military equipment is ending up in ISIS camps.
So yeah, countless orders for ISIS has gone through the State Department. The pickups, for instance, the Toyota pickups were used to make a film of ISIS breaking into some area of Syria. We saw brand new Toyota pickups, and it turns out Toyota said that the only order that came through for the Middle East was from the U.S. State Department. I censored my own audio there for a second. Yeah, every time I have this conflict with the echo, I have to mute the microphone, and that's why I censored myself. Number 6, you're a CIA operative. Yeah, you sound like a Satanist. Yeah, it's kind of amazing. They come in here accusing me of being a CIA operative when, just because I've got the full package and what it takes to run for president, the brains, the whole appeal, they think I'm some sort of a plant like Obama was. I've never censored the truth. No, that's not truth at all. I need a new mic? Really? Hang on. 1, 2, 3. Let me check my settings. No, I'm good. No, we're good. We're on a pretty good dynamic microphone tonight. Yeah, there's a lot of Satanists embedded in our government. There's also UN Luciferians. There's the Lucis Trust Fund, which handles all roster level events in the UN. They are connected to Lucifer, and the original derivation of their name comes back to Lucifer. Oh yeah. There's a lot of evil people at the UN. Yeah, the third-party van on a road trip through chemtrail land. Yeah, I wanted to show you the chemtrails that we're getting over our skies now. So much so that I've actually I made some bold moves recently, and I'll tell you about that later. But I'm not going to sit back and watch chemtrails being dumped on the population of my great land without a fight. I can assure you of that. And when I started this effort, I was like you. I didn't think for a second that these were anything other than contrails. And I remember being asked about these by my mother. She was listening to Art Bell back in the 80s. She says, "What do you think of these contrails, Dave? Do you think they're chemicals?" And I said to her, yeah, I think they may be like fumes coming from the jets, particulates from the jet fuel. I had no idea they were actually delivering canisters of polluted air into the atmosphere. I was like shocked that, I pulled up information, and throughout the years I've been studying this at great length and found out that they retrofitted these planes with massive amounts of canisters, and they're delivering payloads of compressed pollution and aerosols. What is in the air is a combination, a bath of industrial waste, and they're literally dumping it on our heads. And many of you who are completely oblivious to this and continue to think you're wacky if you talk about chemtrails, you're going to be eating dust eventually yourself, including getting sicker, because you're not even aware of what's happening to you. It's modified jet engine for chemtrail spraying. It's basically designed to deliver a payload of extremely toxic chemicals in the atmosphere. So I'm taking a bold move, and I'm going to be doing something. I'm not going to talk about it right now, but we've got a pretty bold move ahead to raise the bar of awareness on chemtrails and weather modification. I am the only candidate trying to stop these things running in the race, including write-in candidates. I don't know anybody who's talking about this stuff like I am. I'm way ahead of the pack on every issue. So if you are interested in making a decision for your upcoming election, at least tell people about our third party. That's all I ask. You can decide at the very final moment whether you're going to write my name in or vote whatever. You're free to do that. You're free to choose. But if you choose between the Democrats and Republicans, you're basically given only two choices, and both choices lead to a new world order, devastation of our environment, more war, a Federal Reserve, a private bank controlling our banking system, forced vaccinations. That's something Hillary's talking about, and I'm sure Donald will fall in line with that. And you'll see a mass fluoridation of our water system well into the future, and the existence of no wall. Now, if you think that Donald Trump is going to somehow build a wall Like my idea, 1,000-mile fence, there's no way he could possibly build it. There's no way. He'd make maybe 50 feet in 1 week. Maybe. I'd have to go 50 miles in 1 week just to make sure we could deliver. We got to get the fence out there, and we have to lethalize the electric fence. It has to be a complete deterrent to illegal immigration coming into our country. So we get accountability if you write my name in and force a recount. That's the best way to do this. Our Diebold voting system is not to be trusted. The best way to get accountability from this corrupt government that we have is to actually write my name in the upcoming election. All right, the laser fence, yeah. Okay, so let's open guest chat up and talk to you all of you. Hopefully you'll want to stay and watch our show, our video show into the evening. Because a square box vinyl sniffer is easier and cheaper to produce than a round box. You can stack cardboard in a square fashion, cut evenly and easily, than to create a round box. Round boxes are hard to create. They require glue. They can't be pre-fitted. They're not right out of the box. You can't fold the things down and fit them into. That's why a pizza box is square. Well, Dogbone, yeah, are you a psychic visionary? Going to say that an earthquake over 8.1 is going to hit the coast of California? I'm back with coffee and truffles. Good for you. Hello, green-eyed girl. Yeah, so we haven't played a lot of videos tonight, but I did want to do a round robin of what we've been doing so far. So ISIS training video revealed the tents for a U.S. military, right in the picture. U.S. military, right in those pictures. Yeah, so we know that these training videos came out of some propaganda room at the CIA. Major crash tonight, 62 people dead in a crash filmed here from a surveillance camera or something in the side of a Boeing crash in Russia, everybody. Fatalities, the 62 people dead. We learned how to make a rope from plastic bottle. We didn't open a lock with a nut wrench, but that was interesting. How to make a saw from the stationary knife. Yeah, I'm not really too concerned about doing this. He basically pries open any lock using this method. There you go. Leverage. And then Wake Up World has a story here. Seed bombs, a creative and fun mission to save the bees and butterflies. Oh, okay. Seed bombs. Well, that would be a big switch from dropping chemtrails, wouldn't it? And then the rhesus negative blood. Somebody says that if you have negative blood, Rh negative, you may be a member of a parallel universe. I find that absolutely funny. Speaking of that, there is a website out there that I bookmarked last night and added to my delicious link library that is pretty weird. They claim that the Beatles were developed by a Tavistock Institute. Beatles, you know, the Beatles. The Beatles. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know the Beatles. You know who the Beatles are, right? Okay. Well, this theory actually has some merit. Tavistock Institute was developing mind control and programming of our culture. Yeah, the Beatles. And the Beatles themselves come from an ancient configuration that is part of the Tavistock Institute belief system. I was quite shocked that this even, could exist. So I was watching some of this and listening to this guy talk about the Beatles being engineered. They were created by the Tavistock Institute. I mean, We all know that Lady Gaga was manufactured. Even Madonna was manufactured. But do we know that this is possible?
One of the things you talked to me about the other day was the Beatles. Well, the Beatles were the creation of the Tavistock Institute. And you know, you have to go back to the college days on the writings of Aristotle.
So we'll be playing that video for you tonight. The story of the Beatles. And then the possibility that this is really interesting. A parallel universe. An article out there is claiming that the Beatles exist in a parallel universe, and they played songs like this. Urban legend behind the unreleased studio album. I had never heard this song before. I'll be playing that tonight too. It's a whole series of 4 cassettes that were uncovered by somebody who claimed he encountered a parallel universe where the Beatles were all alive playing music. I just think it's hilarious. I think if the Tavistock Institute created the Beatles, they could easily create the illusion of a parallel universe. So it's entirely possible that the Beatles were manufactured to do brainwashing and programming for the American people. Hello there, everybody. Hello. Hi, Chase. Hello, Mr. Sponheim. Your pretty wife, yeah. Sarah and I are not married, but we feel like we could be, but we never tied the knot. Jim Morrison found alive in Paris. Really? It sounds like something to watch tonight. I don't know how legitimate it is. You missed the show, Chase? I can't accept the existence of parallel universes, and I can't really believe that there's a alien super species that is occupying the underground caverns of Dulce, New Mexico. Yeah, I'm having a hard time with that. It's from the Paul McCartney album. Use Shazam. But the Tavistock Institute theory, that makes sense. We'll play that from an actual person who knows about it. Very little is on the internet about this stuff. I mean, we're talking about one link out there and a last vestige. Whenever you see something that's not around, grab it, save it, hold on to it. Jim Morrison found alive in Paris. Really? Check this out. The numbers are absolutely staggering. You know, we have a discussion tonight on brutality, so that's important. The numbers are shocking. Over a third of the killings by police are of disabled people, folks. And last week we featured the story that over a third were from people unarmed, probably unarmed disabled people. A new white paper says disability is often overlooked in media coverage of police brutality. Wow. That's pretty serious. Ableism, it's called. It's a type of racism. It's going against disabled people. It's called ableism. It's kind of like racism in that way. We don't want our law enforcement doing that. There's too many mystery deaths. Yes, I agree. Too many people are dying unnecessarily by what they call democide. And democide is a very twisted way. The government actually can shut people down by killing them. I will investigate this stuff as president, absolutely. We got a lot to do, folks. I mean, we're swimming in problems that have been festering for years because of a bad president, multiple bad presidents. We've got so many things that we need to investigate. I'm almost going to have to enlarge the Justice Department to do it. But yeah, definitely, we want to get to the bottom of why people are dying. The holistic doctor conspiracy, that's serious. That's really, there are 15 holistic doctors now that have been onto the cure for cancer and have been dying in weird ways. dead in a ditch, shot with an unknown assailant, poisoned, etc., etc. Seriously messed up things happening in our country. And it's never talked about. Let's get her done. That's right, green-eyed girl, let's get her done. Welcome to the Get Her Done show of America's Third Party. No, not more government. Less reptilians. Yes. Less government, less reptilians. By the way, I don't believe in reptilians. I don't think they exist. This is Balak, the Star Trek demon. That looks scary. I had to make myself laugh. I'm sorry. It happens. You believe they cause cancer and they have a cure, but they refuse to release it because the pharmaceutical company's insurance will lose money. That's exactly what I believe. We should hang out. Yep. I know. I guess guests don't want to talk anymore, so we're cool. David, when the next president is sworn in, will you sue him? No, of course not. No, but if Donald Trump's trying to sue anybody that tries to, or Hillary Clinton tries to sue anybody that tries to disagree with her in the media or criticize her, that's not going to happen. We've got a lot of things to be concerned with a conspiracy of a two-party system allowing for somebody as dictatorial, like a dictator, as Donald Trump. I mean, when Trump told the police to kick black people out of his rally. I mean, this is a real story. This is not made up. When he said that he would prosecute anybody who questions him in the media or criticizes him in the media, that's not made up. This is real. I mean, we got a real problem on our hands. So this two-party system's got to go. And, ironically, if the Republicans grow some balls and expurge Donald Trump from their party, which they can do in the upcoming convention, and Donald Trump threatened that there'd be a riot, Chris Christie says Donald Trump is joking. I mean, come on. You can't bully the American people and expect the Republican Party to sit back and not choose somebody different. They could easily choose Paul Ryan if they want. Heck, they could even bring Mitt Romney back if they really wanted. He could definitely stand a chance against Hillary. I can beat Hillary. Give me 1 second of media time and I can beat Hillary or Donald Trump. I know the protests were kind of powered up by the George Soros group. They've been doing a lot of that. Admittedly, that's a low blow. But believe me, Donald Trump is divisive, and it's not something that's made up, per se. He really is. None of the things I'm saying about Donald Trump are in any way made up. I give you the Trump 20 reasons not to vote for Trump. And I'm working on the Hillary list, too. All of our good links are here. If you want to check them out, feel free and send them to everybody you know. Feel free. I have nothing, there's nothing slanderous in this list of links that you all need to be aware of. This guy he read the speeches of Adolf Hitler next to his bed, according to Ivana Trump in their deposition during their divorce hearing. I mean, this guy's done some unbelievable things. Just reading the speeches of Adolf Hitler to go to bed by. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Attack by thugs? I'm sorry, but the thuggery is going on by the Trump group when his campaign manager literally choked that woman's arm, or pulled that woman's arm. I was confusing the choking incident where the reporter was slammed down by a Trump Secret Service agent, grabbed by the neck, and then face planted on the ground. And then the woman, the campaign manager, grabbed a woman reporter. It's all in the news. I don't have to make I don't have to substantiate the violence and abuse and the divisiveness this Trump candidate is engendering across the globe. There's a lot of people, we'll have 10 reasons to vote for ATP. We got that coming. I love that idea, Granite Girl. Yeah. But obviously we've got the 10 reasons rolling out in front of you right now. I don't support any socialist agenda. I never have. In fact, I've been fighting communism since I was a young man. My family's been fighting communism. I'm trying to pave a pathway to centrism for the American people. I'm not in any way. Well, if the Secret Service are not Trump's, and Trump can't control his rallies, then he should really rethink his whole plan and go online and do this online. He should have an open chat show like I do, and I've had over 7,000 hours of nonstop chat with the group that, you know, everybody's been... I've reached nearly 1 million people over the past 7 years. I don't love any of my followers who's KKK. That's just not true. Nobel laureate calls it a scam. Global warming. That's cool. No, I'm not angry. In fact, I'm just sick and tired of you people who think you can just bully people in American politics. And I can't be bullied. A 29-minute video with a Nobel laureate smashing the global warming hoax. Great. I love that. That should be really good. And this news came in tonight. The largest U.S. refinery now belongs to Saudi Arabia. They just bought up, in a split with Royal Dutch Shell, they picked up one of the largest U.S. refineries. So our country is gradually being sold off. And you see people like Chris Christie, who stands by Donald Trump's side. He supports the idea of selling off portions of New Jersey to finance their expanded budget. You got to understand. And when Chris Christie said recently that Donald Trump was kidding when he said there'd be riots if the convention doesn't go his way, I don't think Donald Trump was kidding. He really means it. We did Rappin' Ronnie.
Al, smoking. We're in a grove now. That's groove, sir. Groove.
We will in the groove, the Bohemian groove. Can't Stop, Can't Stump song. I don't know if there is a Can't Stop, Can't Stump song, but we can stop the song from playing.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
Sponheim for president. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, partner. Piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
Okay, that was fun. Yeah, thank you. You're a big boy, David. Yes, I'm 6'4", and I weigh 225 pounds. Yeah, big guy. All right, so let's get to the final segment here. We're honing in on the last 9 minutes of the show, so I want to address any questions that come into the room. If you are wondering what this third party is all about, and people are telling you that I'm some sort of a comedian, I'm not a comedian. I may be funny, but I'm not a comedian. I don't plan on becoming a comedian. I'm not materialistic. I don't personally seek any profit in any of the things that I'm doing. I'm not looking for a special bonus check from the government. I don't live on a check from the government. I don't have any need for welfare. I've been fortunate enough to be able to save enough in my life to survive. And I was very fortunate to have been able to take care of my family, my parents, all the way to their dying day. And out of that, I was rewarded with a modular home. That's it. There's nothing to the story beyond that. I live in a very comfortable area of the country. It's affordable, Pacific Northwest. So Hillary and Donald are cousins. It's a rigged election. Wow. I figured there would be something to that effect. Interesting. That's another good story. This is live, yeah. Of course it's live. We have Rich Little's President Rap. 1982. Okay, that looks like fun. And yeah, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are cousins. Wow. Go figure.
Review time, hot. All right, see, I told you.
I told you. Okay, we'll look at that. And the Nobel laureate smashes the global warming hoax. We've got a couple videos first from the camp of the Beatles. The Beatles. We've got this one right here, which is the music, and we've got the Tavistock Institute. Really weird stuff. Very weird stuff. I just found it rather fascinating, and I thought that'd be worth looking at tonight. Okay, memorygap.org, drill site activation call down exercise plan PDF. What the hell is that? Yeah, sticks and stones can break your bones, or our bones, but words can never hurt. What the heck did you uncover there, says Refiant? That's amazing. Oh, here we go. FEMA. Remember we featured Operation Devolution in the past and the civilian detention plan? Well, FEMA's got plans for us, I'll tell you. Federal Emergency Management Agency. Site activation call down drill exercise plan. Mass casualty drill. Wow. 2012. Oh, for official use only. I wonder why it's on the internet. Intentionally left blank. Kind of like their brains. This would be the mindset of the average government grunt bureaucrat. Yeah, this is it. This is their big donation to the American people. Do they have regional food supplies? It's the Sandy Hook drill? Are you serious? Wow. No kidding. Well, you uncovered something there, didn't you? You know, I don't think Vladimir Putin is a threat to America. Despite the way Obama's treated him in the past, I don't think he's a threat to America. Certainly we're going to maintain a strong defense against Russia, but in no way should we engage in war or interfere with countries that were formerly under their control. Ridiculous. Mass casualties involving children. This is the mass exercise that they did down in Connecticut. It was going to be near Bridgeport. Instead, they moved it up a few miles up into the Sandy Hook area. A live event that actually went live. General information. This was like the rap sheet that they had to read. Target capabilities. Wow, that's something else. Mass death of children at a school by firearms. List of the target capabilities to be exercised. Use of media for evaluation. See, they're literally lying to the American people. You see it, you found it, yeah. And you call it as you see it. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Wow. So this is literally what they're doing. They're creating the environment for an event, putting on a civil, a drill, and then go live with it and make the media go live with it. And everyone's supposed to, even Gene Rosen's supposed to stand there and cry and pretend like the children were there and I couldn't get them, you know, and the whole thing. And even right down to the tears coming off of the fake tears coming off of the alleged parents. Yeah, of course the document's real. Check it out. Yeah. Yeah, he gave you the link. If you are doubting whether Sandy Hook was a real event or a false flag, I think the time has come for many of you to wake up. It takes a long time to wake up. You got to shake yourself down to the core and say, hey, have I been programmed in my life? Was my life all about programming? Am I supposed to believe everything that comes in my face? Truth Bomb Sandy Hook movie Newtown and see FEMA manual. Okay, so somebody's already done a video about it? Good. Excellent. Well, this is shared information and our right, fair use right to do this. So, yeah.
This is how I see it. And
Gene Rosen was one of the worst actors ever. These are not, you look at the children that allegedly were murdered at Sandy Hook. First of all, there are no actual pictures of dead bodies. Flat out. None of the parents were allowed to see any of their children after they died, allegedly died. The parents to this day have a gag order on the media. You can't talk to parents of alleged victims. For some reason, 3 of the parents came out there with crocodile tears and fake smiles in their face. And, I mean, we all remember Robbie Parker. That's one of the weirdest stories of all. But the fact is, the photos of the people that allegedly died, the kids that allegedly died, were actually actors in Jill Greenberg's lineup of actors. Jill Greenberg is a talent agent in Hollywood that was used. They simply used their faces for that event. I'm not kidding. And if you don't look into this yourself, you're an imbecile. If you want to jump to conclusions off the cuff, you certainly can do that and say, oh yes, they died we've got to stop the guns in Connecticut and blah, blah, blah. All of these false flag events are being designed to create the climate for fear and gun control. And I must remind all of you that gun control has absolutely preceded every single Holocaust in the history of mankind. Hitler did it. He had a gun control treaty he signed, much like the one that John Kerry signed a few years ago. We're still broadcasting. Look at, just the fact that you yourself deny that that there could be a false flag here doesn't mean that there wasn't a false flag here. So you have to look at it from both sides. JFK was not a Marxist. The New Democratic Party is a Marxist party. We can't click your links if you're just a guest. So thank you for trying, but you have to become a user at that network. Thanks for coming in, DT Laura. Yeah, so any of you want...
You got people like this around you. Country's full of them now. People walking around all day long, every minute of the day.
I'm not going to jump on the board the global warming George Carlin video right now. I'm going to do that later. But we're at the end of our show, the end of the extended show, and thank you very much for coming in. It's been great. Okay. Your internet went wacky after you viewed that document? Wow, no kidding. Well, hopefully my internet's under control. Wow, that's pretty interesting. That happened to me last night when I was researching this group called Strong Cities. It's a UN directed toward creating virtually cities impenetrable to any attack from a terrorist organization, but in the process they're denying people their rights. And I went to that video the link called Strong Cities, and I immediately posted in the chat room after we had that the link leads to malware. attack. My entire system went zzz, 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 block, block, block. Okay, so these are long shows, admittedly. Whoa, yeah, these are long shows, admittedly, but they are designed to enlighten you and make you aware. We are at the perch of a new generation of enlightened and awakened people, and we are trying to become more awakened by our shows. Cowbell? Really? You're going to work me over the cowbell at this time? Wow. Cowbell time. Okay, here's a cowbell for you. That nice? Okay, good night, everybody. Enjoy the videos. We'll be back tomorrow with the anti-war rally at 6 o'clock. Thanks for coming in. Take care.